So we have here so we're going to take a look. Postgres DSM. Okay, so let's take a look. So So what we're going to do now is we're going to create an connection injection code. So we're going to say from heaven import request response context. Then here we're going to say at depth. And then we see so here we have request. gonna look at this, and we have post equals request app, and then we pick a call. Let's see. So what we're doing now is we're looking for a quick way to inject the code, so we don't have to do this in every single method. But then it's fine. We literally can go ahead and do this. So say we have a main. Let's say app.call. 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 I don't want to go in unit now. I don't want to go in unit now. I don't want to go in it now. It's too much water. Too much water. Don't need it now. So routes. So we have the routes. Finish. Okay. 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 So we have that. Okay. So we have this, and we're good now. And we can come. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're importing the operation, the base handler, and then we're trying to make sure that we can test and make sure that the Postgres connection string is actually correct and working like it should. Okay. So several asunto que te va. When we send the request, there was a voice notification. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're troubleshooting why the connection is not working, and we're trying to make sure that it works. Okay, so we have here the database connection failing, and we have to take a look at Postgres. So it's failing because we're using the wrong key. We use Postgres DSM, hopefully. Okay, so we're good. Now it's connected. So we should be connected to, okay. So we have fixed the problem with the database not connecting. Okay, so what exactly was going on? The database that we're using, as you all know, is Postgres, and Postgres, the library database driver that we chose to use in this instance is AsyncPG. Now, AsyncPG, there are different ways to connect to our sync PG. Now what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure we use connection pooling. And so it took us quite a bit, but now it's connected and we should get to leveraging it to connect to the database. If you have a question, please ask. So let's when can I get one? P. Yeah. Okay. I will. So, okay, so when we take a look at exactly, let's take a look again at the database. So, what was going on here exactly? So, we needed to create a pool, okay? And we needed to await the pool. Now, there are numerous ways to create a database pool, one of which is we use a Postgres DSN, okay? Which has everything inside, has the password, it has the port, and the database name, the user. So when you provide a Postgres DSN, you are able to connect to a Postgres database. So what we did in this instance was that we provided a Postgres DSN, and then what we're doing here is we're keeping the Postgres DSN in the Heaven router itself. So Heaven has a utility function called keep, and then when you say app.keep, Heaven will take whatever value you give it and keep it in its internal data store, and it will be shared across the entire application. Now imagine that you had to connect to the pool every single time that a request came in. That will be very, very cumbersome. So what Heaven does for you is Heaven has an internal store, an internal global config, and it uses that internal global config to store the information or store global variables so that you can use it across different parts of your app. Now, when you are creating something global to store in your Heaven app, the best time to do it is when the app is initializing, when your app is starting up. Not just Heaven, even if it's Python or Django. Now, some of them might not have hooks, some of them do have hooks, but the best time to actually store something in an app, it is when the app is initializing or when the app is booting up. Now, how do you do that? If you take a look in the main.py file, there is a place where you see app.on startup. It is on line 30, right here, and we can make it slightly bigger, okay? You see the app.on startup, and you see middlewares.database.connect, and then like any good visitor, you always clean up after yourself. So on line 31, you see app.on shutdown, middlewares.database.disconnect. So line 30, you see middlewares.database.connect. Line 31, middlewares.database.disconnect. So what this, you have the hook start up, shut down. Now you can add multiple things to be run once the app is starting up, and you can choose if you want it to run synchronously or asynchronously. Usually this is the best place for you to initialize your database like any database initialization script, anything that is a pretty expensive operation. You want to open some files, process some data before your application starts up, and then you want to persist that data for the life cycle of your entire application. Then you're going to do that in app.on startup, and should always be the case irrespective of what application you're using. You need to always try to make sure that you are only initializing apps at a time when your main application is starting up. Okay, so when you go app.on startup and you put a path to a function, Heaven is going to invoke that function for you whenever the app starts up. And then when you say app.on shutdown and you put a function, Heaven is going to invoke that function whenever the app goes down. So this way, if you connect it to a database and the app is disconnecting or shutting down, you can disconnect from the database. Okay, now that's the principle behind having this middleware folder. These are the things that interface with your application. Usually you want them to happen at startup time or shutdown time. And so if you come into the middleware, what you will see async def connect, which is what we said earlier. It can be asynchronous or it can be synchronous. Because we're using an asynchronous database, remember we talked about asynchronicity. We talked about how asynchronicity is akin to you cooking rice and cleaning your house at the same time. It's the same thing with synchronicity. Now, synchronicity is only one person, and then you cannot multitask because it's just like it has to happen. One thing has happened before the other. Okay, because we're using an asynchronous driver, async PG, we chose to use an asynchronous connect. Okay, and it's the same thing for the disconnect. We are using an asynchronous disconnect. So now, once this has been created, it is kept in the app using app.keep. Okay, and interestingly enough, the opposite is true. If you want to get something, instead of keep, K-E-E-P, it's app.peek, P-E-E-K. So you can get the data that you kept in an app using app.peek. You can remove the data completely so that no one else can get it using app.onKeep, which basically removes or unkeeps the data. So there are numerous application level primitives that you can use to store data across your entire request lifecycle. Now, within the context of a request itself, the way that you store data is, so when we take a look at interceptors, for instance, what you have here is the context. You store it in the context. So you have an application that does something and is supposed to pass a baton. You can store that in the context. I have to take a short break. Superforce will be right back. Okay, so now taking a look at the code base on the screen. Can that fan be away from me, please? Okay, so taking a look at what is on the screen, we have the formatter that expected schema and then parses it and makes sure that the data that comes out is a valid JSON schema. Now, before we went on break, we were talking about how the middleware database connect, how that works. So now we're going to go in and start instrumenting the APIs. So, instrumenting the APIs, let us see what gives. In the main, if we go down to companies.app and we take a look at the get all, and if we add to okay, so now we have the response. So it's connected to the database and fetching absolutely no data. Okay, so we can come here and we can So now we're going to create a function that allows us to respond to a request as JSON, send JSON back to the browser. Now, what does it mean when we say send JSON back to the browser? What we mean is that there are numerous ways that a web server can respond to a browser request. It can respond by sending a content type that is a HTML page, or a content type that is a JavaScript file, or a content type that is a CSS file, or a content type that stipulates that it is XML or JSON. So where we have been sending the text HTML content type for a long while, now it's time for us to send the JSON data type. Now it's time for us to send the JSON data type. So let us go on and create the decorator, the higher order function that takes in a route handler and does some JSON parsing, JSON manipulation, JSON preparation. Okay? So we're going to go here and then we're going to say def JSON mate, and then we're going to say f, where f is the function, and then here we have so what we're doing here first is we wait for the result, but we want to actually make sure that not that we wait for the result as much as we see if it's for routine. Else, response context. Now, what we are going to do, we're going to say response dot if is instant response dot body string else else Okay, so what is going on here? Well, we want to send the JSON content type back to the browser, and the way that you send the JSON content type back to the browser is by setting response.headers as a tuple of two values. As a tuple of two values. So as a tuple of two values. So when we get here, we first call the function that we generate wraps. We wait for the function to finish, and then we get the body. And if the body is a string, then there's no point to go ahead. And if the body is any other, then it makes sense that there is some JSON dumping necessary, as you call it in the context of asynchronous JavaScript requests. Okay, so now we have okay, so now is the pub. So, what we have here is we're going to call the token by using browse uses the pi from heaven import tab, and then say we're going to come here and create a file called constants, and then we're going to create so we're going to come here and say from constants import portal, and then expect. So here now we're going to take a look at how to use operation to read data from a database or to push data to a database. Now we're going to say from operation import operation, and then inside here we're going to say equals to operation profiles. Okay, so we have okay, so we have okay, so we have here the okay, so Okay, so what's going on here? Well, we are creating a very simple way of logging in. We have three different roles that exist in the database that has been created, three different roles that exist in the database that has been created, and they all exist in different tables. Now, the way that operation works, or operation works, operation always asks for a table name. So it's always going to ask for a table name, and it's always going to ask for a connection pool, in this case, Postgres. And then once you give it the connection pool and a table name, it does the rest behind the scenes. So here we are creating an operation called op. We're giving the table name of the operation as whatever comes from the user, but because we are performing data sanitization, we know that it's going to be either one of TBHS, one of individuals, or one of companies. It's going to be one of TBHS, it's going to be one of individuals, or it's going to be one of companies. Now, what this means is that if you are an individual and you visit the login page and then you try to log in as a company, it will fail because your username, your password, your details will not be found in the company's page anyways. So as a result of this, we can use the designation, which is the table name, to find out where exactly the query should be made. Okay? So we say OP is equal to operation, give it the designation. When we give it designation, we also give it a pool, and the pool object is found in the request.app.pick pool. Okay? Request.app.pick pool. So you see there is an I-ish looking construct there, a dot, an underscore, a dot, and pool. It's a heaven-specific way to pick at a pool or to pick at a global store. To pick at a global store. So we have our operation, we want to authenticate. Usually what that would entail, it would entail that we do something akin to op.select, and then here we're going to say just password, where, and we'll say the username equals to okay. So here we have said where the username is equals to the context.form dot username. Okay, so now the beautiful thing about operation is when you run an operation command, okay, you get back the same object, so you can't just keep tacking it on itself. Now here we can come and say await op.run, and then we can say we get the result back. Now, one of the things that needs to be in place before this can be possible is the registration page. The big hearts and the big hands. The big hearts and the big hands. However, when we visit the registration, okay, so here we have the hands page, and we go www and we say donate my time. We should be able to donate from here, and we can remove the skills to donate section. Okay, so let's take a look at the HTTP. No, let's take a look at the SQL. Email, password, first name, last name, phone. Email. Okay. So if we do this, and then we can put the, okay, so So here we're going to say async def. Okay. So here we have the register, and as we have a register, we're going to we're going to allow for people to register, but we're going to do it first via the API, and then once we're done via the API, then we'll take a look at doing it via the HTML page. We'll take a look at doing it via the HTML page. But at my time, irrespective of the time I took a break, it doesn't update.
You need to be clocking out at the time clocking for it counts. You can't take 1
So now I'm saying that if I hit here 48 hours, I'll become a record irrespective of the time I took for it.
Yeah, ABS, GS, joining that, but it's 48 hours, 16 minutes.
I don't understand. So we're going to create the ability for you to register, and you can register via the API, and then from the API we're going to work our way towards the HTML. So let's take a look at what's going to happen via the API. Here we're going to say we want or we expect just an email and the username, which should be an email, the password, which would mean length of 6, the designation, and it should be no TBHS here because that should only be possible behind the scenes. So you can only register as an individual or as a company. You can only register as an individual or as a company. Now, if you're registering as an individual or as a company, it doesn't really matter. If you're registering as an individual or as a company, it really doesn't matter. You would use the same form ultimately because we need to get the contact person and then we'd route you accordingly and then create your account or invite you via different forms and then you create your account behind the scenes. Okay, so taking a look at the register form, first thing that jumps out or the first thing that hits is that the username password designation these are all required fields. So what we're going to do then here is we're going to create in registrations table. So what we're going to say here is we're going to say op is equals to operation, and then we say this is going to be registrations, and we're going to have the requested app pool, and then we're going to insert so
So here we're saying we want to create a registration table, and it's going to be the designation, it's going to be a text, and it's going to be not null because it's required. And then we're going to create the username, text, not null, and then password, text not null, and then timestamp, which is going to be a timestamp TZ. It's going to be default current timestamp. Okay? So here what we're going to have as the primary key is going to be the email, which is going to be the primary key. It's going to be that's going to be the primary key. So we're going to go ahead and create this table. Okay, so taking a look at what we have here, we have our registrations table, so we can continue with our registrations flow. Coming down here, let's close this and let's move over to the open the insert. Let's do So we have here. Okay, so here we're creating the register functionality, and we're going to be taking a look at how that works. So we have created a couple of higher order functions, and we also took a look at how to create higher order functions. And part of the functionality of exposing your API fully is that there is no part of your API, or there is no part of your toolkit that doesn't exist via some sort of API or another. So the first step is to create or allow for the ability to register. Allow for the ability to register. So we get started with the expect, and then we can also tack on and add just a nate here, and then import that from expect as well, because we want to JSON-nate the value. Okay, so we go here and then we say okay, so here we have await op.run. Okay, await op.run. And what that will do is that will run, it will execute, it will run the transaction behind the scenes, and it will return the results. It will run the transaction behind the scenes and return the results. Okay, so expecting that there should be some data created. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up HTTP. So here, destination here, I want it to be so. Okay, so Corinne, I see you have a question, and then you're asking how do you use, I say how do you secure login? What type of encryption do you use? Okay, so for the purpose of this lesson, what we're going to be, for the purpose of this, what's going on?
The way it is, the mic. In fact,
For the purpose of this lesson, what we're going to be using, we will use bcrypt, okay? And let's just go ahead and even install it. So we're going to use pip install bcrypt, okay? And then from bcrypt, we're going to be dealing with from bcrypt, we're going to be dealing with, we're going to be hashing the password. The first part, like the first data that I'm creating here, is just to save the data in the database and make sure that everything is working. Once that is done, we will most likely come down here and say from bcrypt import hash password gen salt, and we'll use check password later to check it. So then what you want to do there would be something more like, at that point, it will be something more like username is equals to context form dot username. Password is going to be something where we hash the password, context.form.password, and then we use gen salt, and then we have to decode it. So here we're using bcrypt and we're using a salt to hash the password and then save it to our database. Okay? Now, if you want to learn more about bcrypt, you can at any point in time just Google it. Okay? And you can use, I think it's based on the Blowfish cipher. So yeah, eventually we're going to be doing this here, but not right now. Not right now. As a matter of fact, right now, it might actually be to just even have some pass-through data. Okay, so let's come here, and then let's see if we send our request on processable entity. Okay, that's what we want to see. Unprocessable username, password, designation. I think we're using something individuals. Yes. Okay, password. Someone at someone. Password designation. So I'm just gonna close this. Okay, so we have okay, so what we're going to do now, we're having an unexpected error, so I'm going to use the Python debugger, and earlier we talked about the Python debugger, how do you use it? And let's actually see if there is a unexpected character line 3. Let's see. So here we have okay, so here we have now we have a different kind of error. Okay, so here we're going to use lookup functionality. Okay, so let's come here and let's do attribute lookup. Let's come, let's say, so here we're going to say something like let's look up object, and then we're going to say the init self, and we're going to pass in a data, that's the dict, and we're going to say self, the data is equal data, but then we're going to use the okay. So what we're doing here is we want to create a dot lookup assister or assistance utility, and the whole idea is if I pass a dictionary to it, then it should automatically. I don't need to use. So let's take a look at it like this, okay? So let's come here and then let's say terminal, and let's say so let's imagine that you have a dictionary like this, and then you have A, and A is a dictionary that has B, and B is a dictionary that has C, and C is a dictionary that has D. What you have to do is AD.get, A.get, B.get, C.get. It gets very cumbersome, no pun intended. So when you take this and then you pass it, you say, if you say A is equals to lookup AD, then you can say A dot B. So you can say A dot A dot B dot C dot D, and then it will give you the value. So you don't need to start doing dot get, dot get, dot get, dot get. That's the whole idea behind this. So, like I said, I am a lazy engineer, so sometimes I write these small utilities to help me, so I don't have to always use dot get, dot get, dot get, dot get, dot get. Okay. Here we're using the magic get at. Okay, and it's a way that whenever you use the dot notation, that is what Python is going to call underneath the scenes. So here we're using self.data. We store that data in a hidden data internally, and then we use that to get a value. And if the value is a dict, then we return recursively the lookup with that value. So here we can come and say something to along the lines of, let's see, expect. Inside here we can come and say from utils the data import lookup, and then what we do here is we say context.form, we say lookup, and then we put body. So what is actually sent into register is what is sent into whatever from expect is going to be a lookup dict. Okay, it's going to be a lookup dict. So if we say this username now, it should work, all things being equal. So let's go ahead and try again, and voila. In case you did not see it, here it go. Email someone. Okay, so that's working now. So seeing as we have passed through data, we can now go ahead and try and insert this into the database. Now there is a handy shortcut that some of us might know, some of us might not. If you're in Visual Studio Code and you press ctrl/ or command /, it's going to comment that line, and if you press it again, it's going to uncomment the line. So we're going to uncomment this too, and here we're saying username is equals to this, password is equals to this, and then we say designation is equals to this, and yes. Okay, so we have op.insert, and then here we're saying the password. We're going to hash the password. So Kieran, this is what we were asking earlier. That how are we going to save it? We're going to use bcrypt, and we're going to hash that password. We're going to generate a salt, and then we're going to decode and save to the database. And when we want to check the password, we'll use bcrypt again. So that way we do not have the password is not saved in clear text. Okay, so, but for security, when we check, I think my batteries, can you guys hear me? Okay. Let me see. Okay, so if you can hear me, we can continue. My battery might soon die anyways. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, we're good. Okay, so Chinyere, you have your hands up. Do you have a question to ask? Let's go ahead and try to see what happens. So I think it's now saved to the database. So if we try to do it again, it should show an error. Exactly. So now we need to handle that error because it's been saved to the database. The JSON8 decorator, lovely question. So so basically, let's when you have a response from this, okay, a dict, it's a Python data structure. The JSON8 decorator takes the Python data structure and turns it and converts it into JSON data. So yes, so now we're going to have to handle the conflict that exists. So we're going to have to do something here, try await op.run, and that we're most likely going to want to accept, and then we want to say return response.out, okay? And what this is then going to do is that instead of getting a server error, we're going to get a conflict, okay, which tells us that a duplicate record exists, and that's what we get with a null value signifying no data is returned. Okay, now we can do better if we're working in an environment where the brain is not frozen, but yeah, for now that will do. And but the advice would be that you have not just the status code that tells the calling context what is wrong, that you provide adequate feedback to the calling context so that the calling context is able to use that data, and but it also depends on your what exactly you're building. If you're building something that's around payments, then sometimes being cryptic might be good. Okay, so now we have someone@someone.com with a password, but the beautiful thing about this is that in the live system, what would happen behind the scenes is that your data has been created, but your account cannot log in. So you will need to be onboarded before you can log in, and you most likely will receive an email telling you to add additional details and whatnot. Now, we are going to create the login functionality for this account, for all accounts, sorry. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to first and foremost we have this right here, so we need to somehow transition away from the registrations table into the actual designated table, but that would involve manually moving the data, okay? Now, because we're just mocking the system and then we're going to build one authenticated user, we can go ahead and manually do it, but ideally you would have a flow where you move the data via some in-house verification or approval process. Okay, so having said that, let's take a sneak peek into the database and see what is happening. What a guan. Let's see what is happening. Let's see what a guan. So we're going to use Beekeeper Studio, and we're going to connect to our local database, and we're going to connect to TBHI, and we are going to select, so we can take a look here. We're going to select all from registrations, and you see the password is not saved in clear text. The password is this mountain of gibberish that is here. And so even if someone were somehow to take a look, they wouldn't be able to sniff and steal your password. Of course, I'm not saying you should expose your data like that, but yeah. And then you see the designation. Now, in the ideal scenario, this will trigger a flow where you would get an email, and then something would happen behind the scenes, and then you'd get approved and probably be moved to the individual stable. And then when you're in the individual stable, that means you're a volunteer. And if you're in the company stable, it means, so in the individual stable, you're a big hand. In the company stable, you're a big hat. Okay? And then you can be a volunteer or you can be an enabler. So for now, we're just going to copy the data to a new table, or better yet, until we're just going to use the registration table to log in, so we don't have to copy data until, because the other tables have more metadata and we don't want to form data, for instance. But you can actually copy the data as another option. Okay, so let's, yeah, that's a better alternative to just use the registration table. So let's come down here, and instead of saying using the designation, we're going to say, and again, this designation is sanitized because we're using JSON schema to make sure it is one and only one of this. It cannot be anything outside of this. And the JSON, the specific JSON schema we're using is fast JSON schema. It's super fast, and we're not just using JSON schema, we are compiling the JSON schema. Okay, we're compiling. So expect here takes this JSON schema and compiles it. So when you actually hit to call or to post, it takes 0.000 like millisecond, like very, very fast, because it's already pre-compiled. How do we do that? At expect takes the schema, which is a type of dict, and immediately it compiles it. So the minute this is called in the read phase, it is compiled, and then it is locked in a closure, such that when this is executed in the execution phase, then it doesn't have to recompile. So because this is compiled, and then this is returned as a wrapper to wrap this function here, and by the time this is returned with this that has been compiled already closed in the body, so that when this is called, then this that has already been compiled is just called with the data that you get from the request body, okay, and then it's super fast. I hope it's clear. If you have any question, please ask, and I'll be sure to touch it again. Okay, so now coming back to so here we have OP is equals to operation and request.app.pickpool, request.app.pick at pool, okay? And then here we're saying we want to select just the password, because there's no need in selecting extra data. I mean, you could also just omit this and it will select all. You could also just do this and it will select all, or you could just specify that you want to select just the password, similar to how you would do in SQL, and then you say where username is equals to context of form the username, okay? And then this does parameterization, and it's very, very important that you parameterize when you're writing SQL queries to prevent SQL injection. Okay, big word alert, SQL injection. It's a new term, it's a term we haven't talked about over the course of the entire learning session. But SQL injection is when you don't sanitize the data that comes from users. You can have very malicious users, very wicked users that could go and then type in a dash dash, drop database, create data, like they can do very crazy things. I have seen some very nifty SQL attacks on almost every product that has been built. That when we were directly in charge of like the logs and the data, you always get to see. So how do you sanitize the data that comes from users? Okay, so what you actually do is you don't use the data exactly as it is. So imagine that you had, let's use a Python here. So imagine that I was writing my Python and I said my SQL, okay, my SQL string is equals to this, and I say select all from users or registrations where username is equals to context of form the username, and then someone comes here and then he puts in the in his username, he puts an extra string like this, he terminates it, puts drop database, terminates it, and then puts like and this is what he submits, okay? He submits this, so it will close this for me, and then I would have a problem, okay? So what you actually want to do is, instead of doing that, you're going to do this, okay? You're going to put a placeholder, and instead of injecting the data directly, you parameterize. Just by parameterizing the data that comes in, what is actually happens is the query and the value are sent, and the value is not interpreted. The value is at the database engine level. The SQL, like what you provide is sanitized. Now, there are numerous ways to explain it, but I'm going to just make it super simple. So imagine that someone did something wicked like that. What the database engine will do, if it saw something like this, it will change it to maybe and quote or something. Like, I'm just giving you an instance, okay? Of course, this is an abstraction, but it will clean the input such that the danger is no more there. I hope I answered the question. Okay, so thank you, merci beaucoup. So now, this, of course, is parameterized and sanitized. So when you say username equals to context of form the username, operation does the sanitization behind the scenes. It parameterizes and sends it off. So here we say result is equals to await op.run. And I mentioned earlier something about the Python debugger and how you can invoke the Python debugger, and you can stop the execution of a program where you invoke the Python debugger. So for instance, here I can come and I can say import pdb, and then I say pdb.setTrace, okay? Now, what is going to happen here is what is going to happen here is that at this point, I could say like JSON is equals to result.json. Okay, I want to just show something to show you the power of the Python debugger, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to say response.body is equals to JSON. So when we execute this code to, like when we call this, when the web app multiplexes and gets to this handler, okay, just remember all that you get is what the Heaven app does is you give it a URL and then you give it the path to a function, and it's just going to, if it matches, it multiplexes, okay? That's all it does. Very simple, very straightforward. Okay, so when this function is matched and it's called, the execution flow will stop on line 25. It will stop right here, and every single variable, the scope, the data that exists at that point, you'll be able to assess and even modify and mutate, okay? So it's a very, very powerful utility, particularly when you're debugging applications. You can just import a Python debugger and stop somewhere and use that to troubleshoot what is going on, okay? So we're going to try it in a bit. So let's go ahead and let's click on HTTP here, and let's come over to tokens and let's send this request. Now, when we send this request, you see already in the terminal, there is this PDB here, okay? So what is happening is that the code executed and then it saw the PDB and it stopped exactly here. How do I know? I can see response.body.json, and then I'm seeing like tokens.py26 authenticate, and I see my authenticate and I see 26. Okay, I see exactly like, okay, that's where we are. And then if I come in here and I type JSON, I get an empty array. That's to tell me that the username that I used did not record. And of course it did not, because what we have down here is someone@someone.com, and then here is me@example.com. Okay, so we are going to test it with different, like we're going to use the same username but a wrong password, and we're going to use the same and the right password, and you'll see exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But again, PDB very, very strong, because here I see is equals to yes, sirree, and if I press continue, now there is JSON 8. We need to make this JSON 8, okay? And that's why we use JSON 8, because JSON 8 makes sure that the data that goes back is a JSON string. So because we didn't have a JSON 8, it tried to send it back and then it crashed. Okay, it tried to send it back and then it crashed. Okay, so, and we can try it again, and you can see, hopefully, and we come here, we click C, and then click C, and then voila, like it works. If we went ahead and then it's equals to yes or Espanol, and we say C, okay, and we say continue, you see that's what we get. We changed the data, and then it got returned back to the calling context. Okay, so PDB is very, very powerful, but you want to make sure that you remove it after you're done, because you don't want to ship it to production. No, you don't want to do that, okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to change this username that we have here, and we're going to put it all the way up here. And then we're going to take the password. Oh, the password is already correct, but we're going to remove just one D from the password. And when we come inside here, we need to check. So first we're going to get the data, and you'll see that we get the data, okay? Like, we're not checking the password, we're just selecting the password, but we didn't check anything, okay? So let's click away And if it fails, good. If it doesn't fail, good. If it fails, we see what's broken so we can fix it. So let's go ahead and send this request. Ooh, la la, what do you know? We have the password coming back, okay? Now, let's come here and let's do something with that data, okay? Remember, we have, remember the 5th of December. No. Remember, we have the data, okay? So one of the things that we can do is, instead of saying result.json, we can say result.first, okay? And that way, we get the datum, and then we say response.body is equals to datum. And JSON8 will take care of what happens behind the scenes. And if we submit this again, okay, something happened. We have dumps response.body. Type is not JSON. Okay, we need to, it's a coroutine. Result. Result.first, that's a coroutine, but we need result.pop, I think, that's it. Is it pop? I'll have to take a look at the documentation. I think it's result.pop or result. Let's make this result.first, okay? And then datum is equals to result. And let's see, I think that gives us the first result. If we say result.first, let's try it. Fail or pass. Okay, that's the record. Now we have the record, and then we have to say dict result, and we should be good here. Okay, so result.first is going to give us when we await first. So what was happening was that this is a coroutine, and we were just trying to get first, but we had to await first. And then what we get is an async PG record, and for that we need to use dict to change it to this. Okay, so we know that we get the, and we, of course we don't want to send the password, okay? What we want to do is actually, we want to send a cookie, okay? We want to send a cookie. You might want to send a header so that they can save it and then use the header to authenticate on your API. You might want to send a cookie so that the browser can save it and then use the cookie and send back, and you read the cookie and identify the user, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we're going to take a look at how to create either one of them using JWTs, okay, JSON Web Tokens. And I talked about them earlier, what they are, and we can cover them in much later due to the, I think, the limitation of GWR. We can't talk about the same topic frequently. Okay, so we're going to use JSON JWTs, okay? But first we need to check and make sure that the password is correct. But how do you check that the password is correct when you don't even know the password? Because we don't know the password. I mean, yeah, we know the password because we have it in the HTTP document, okay? But we don't know. Like, imagine that we had no idea and someone was typing this in a form, okay? Somewhere we know the password that person typed, okay? Because it comes to us, but we don't know the password that was used and sits on the actual our actual database, okay? So as a result of this, there needs to be a way for us to check. We need to be able to check. Now, the library that we used, which is the bcrypt library, okay? Now, that library also comes with a very nice util. See it right here, check password, okay? And check password is actually quite straightforward. What it does is you give it, so here we say the result, and then we say result dot, so there are two things we can do. We can say first we want to make sure that result exists. So if not result, because it's possible someone can give us a like bad data, okay? So we just don't want to plug it into a dict. So say if not result, we're going to say response.out not found. And this is about authentication. You're trying to log in, so it's better we tell them unauthorized, okay? And we don't give them any information. It can be password is wrong, it can be user not found. Like, they don't have to know, okay? Like, they don't have to know. That could be one way to go about it. So if not result, we want to return this unauthorized. Okay, 401 status code. For now, we'll just use status code. We won't use any error messages. But ideally, you want to use error messages, and you want to use even, the light has gone. Why is the timer off? But it's showing on the device.
Yeah.
It's showing on the device, but it is off. Showing down there.
Yeah.
But the monitor is off.
I went up.
Why? But it's not connected to the.
It's connected here. I don't know why it went up.
That's crazy. Okay, so sorry about that. The lights went off. The electricity went off. It's back now. So where were we? Okay, we're talking about like you might give us a username that doesn't exist, okay, an email that doesn't exist. In that case, we will get absolutely no data. And if we have no data, then it doesn't make sense for us to try to check whatnot. So, okay, so now we have, so if we get here, we know that the result exists, and then we can say that we can say dict result.get password, okay? And then we're going to get password string here. Now, we don't want to send the data back to the, so let's take that away, okay? Now, what we want to do here is we want to check password, but check password allows you to actually provide in the password. So in this case, it's going to be context.form.password.encode. Ooh la la, that's a mouthful. So what is actually going on here? Remember, because we're lazy, or because I am lazy, I don't want to always say context.form.getPassword. So I created a small utility such that if I wanted to, for instance, get this min length, instead of saying the schema.getProperties.getUsername.get password.get min length, I just say, I created a utility that would enable me just say schema.properties.password.min length, okay? So that it's very, very quick. So that is what actually, even when the schema is done validating the input, that is what you get as the form, okay? It's a very, very capable, lookup utility. Okay, so we have the password string, and then we say we want to check it, and then we have to take the password provided. The password provided is in this context object. The context object is something that is like a, think of it like a bag, like a fanny pack, okay? Now, when your browser sends a request, if you're using Nginx, it goes to Nginx, reverse proxy, sent to Unicorn, to your application, in this case, Heaven. Heaven gets that request, and then from the time Heaven receives the request to the time the request goes back, the data you put in the context is going to remain there. When a new request comes, you get a new fanny pack, okay? So if you want to move items from place to place, like for instance, in this expect, if we open it, you see that we keep the form in expect, and then in authenticate, even after JSON8, we can still get the form from context. So it's like a fanny pack. It's a fanny pack that holds all the data you put in it from the time your Heaven application receives the request to the time it sends the request back. It is the same thing with the one you get, but this is the middleware one, when you say on startup, connect, but this one, because you put it on the app, is going to remain valid for the entire life cycle of the app, okay? It will remain valid for the entire life cycle of the app. Okay, so having said that, we can move on. So here, we're saying context, which is the fanny pack. Hey, fanny pack, I want the form that was kept in you in the expect phase. In that form, there is a password. The password is going to be a string. This encode is a method on a string. Let's click here and let's open Python and show what we're talking about. So there are two types. We have bytes and we have strings. If I put here hello, that is a string. If I put a B in front of it, that is a byte, okay? So if I say hello.encode, it's going to give me a byte. If I say byte.decode, it's going to give me a string, okay? So when you encode, you're converting a string to a byte. When you decode, you're converting a byte to a string. I hope it makes sense. Okay, so seeing that that is clear, we can move on. Okay, so we have the password, and we encode that password so it becomes a byte. And then the password string that we get from the database, we also encode it, and then we give it to check password, because check password expects to see 2 bytes. Okay? And then if it's correct, check password is going to return true. So we say if check password, then we want to do something. Alternatively, we can say if not check password, we want to say go away. So we say return response.out http status dot unauthorized, and then we give you none. Okay? We give you nothing. We give you nada. Niet. Go away. Okay? So if the password is correct, then you are going to arrive here. Okay? Sugarland. Now, at this point, we don't want to send any email or whatever. No, we don't want to do that. Okay? But we do want to send you a way to, like, maybe we want to send you a cookie. Maybe we want to send you a token. Maybe we want to send you a bearer, an authentication token. Okay? So what are we going to do here? Well, we can use a library called JWT, and then we use that library to generate a JSON web token.
Okay, it's on now. Check, check, check. Yeah, it's good. Check, 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 check. Okay, yes. Check, check. Good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's fine.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Am I audible? Hello? Hello? If you can hear me, you can give it an emotion like a thumbs up or a thumbs down or a okay. Thank you very, very much. So we were talking about JWTs, and we were talking, and I was saying that JWTs are not encrypted. They are not encrypted. Don't put sensitive data in JWTs. You've shared it with everyone in the world. You don't want to do that. Okay? They're just encoded, not encrypted. And you can tell because when you say JWTs, it says encode. Okay? It doesn't say hash. Okay? It says encode. So it's just encoded. Now, let's move on. So here we can actually say we want to the token, okay, is equals to encode, and then you can choose the data that you want to encode. Now in our case, we want to encode the username because the username, which is the email, it might be fine. You might want to add additional data, like maybe the browser, whatever. It depends on your product manager and your product requirements and the rules and regulations around identification and whatnot. Okay, so in this case, putting the username is good enough so that you don't always have to go and check in your database, for instance, for you to find who has a JWT. I'm just giving an instance. Okay, so you get a token, okay, and then when you get the token, you can send it in the body, for instance, and you say the token is the token that you got, and then if you send this back, then someone is going to get the token if the password is correct. Okay, so we're going to take a look at this. We're going to take a look at putting it in a header, and we're going to take a look at sending it as a cookie. Okay, so let us go to the HTTP and let's send this, and it says unauthorized. Oh wow, we have the D that is missing, and let's send it again, and it says internal server error. That's lovely. Dumps response.body. Okay, we have to go back here, and we have to go back here and save, and yeah, so let's send the request. And here we say it's expecting a string value. Let's first exit this here and exit. Okay, and then it's saying that it expected a string value, and what did it get? Let's take a look. Let's come back here. Let's go in here. Let's close this. And let's involve our lovely PDB. Okay. Normally I would read the error code, but today, right now, 36 hours and counting. Not today. Okay, so we're gonna go and do it one more time. Send this request, and then we're here, and so we say context.form.username, and then request.app. I see. It's the secret. The secret is definitely the culprit. The secret is the culprit. The secret is definitely the culprit. I didn't see that. It should be request.app.config and secret key like this, and then we get the secret key. And of course, we're using a simple secret key because we're doing an online exercise. In production, if you want, you can use like the longest cipher you can imagine. Okay, go for it. So we're going to continue, and then we're going to go back and correct that Fox bar. That is why you can't trust AI to generate good code for you. Like this guy just copped out and gave us nonsense. Okay, so we have requested app.config, and then we say secret key. Now, ideally, you wouldn't even want to be typing this everywhere because you might make a mistake. It's a magic literal, okay? You want to have like a constant where all your magic literals are. Like here you'd say secret key, and then wherever you have to deal with secret key, you just import from here, and then it saves you the need to go to multiple places to update, okay? So, yes. Now we have, and same thing for this HS256, by the way. I've seen it one too many times, and that's enough for it to be a constant. Okay, so if we send this again, ooh, we didn't remove the PDB. You see that the token comes back exactly like we expected it. Now, if we take this token, just to prove that this is not something that you want to put, you would come here and you say decode JWT online and JSON web tokens jwt.io. The first one we find, we are going to paste something here, Command A, Command V. You see, username, it's showing us the payload data, okay? Username is equal to someone at someone, okay? So let me do it again so you can see Command A, Command V, see it? Username, so it's very, very decodable. You don't want to put anything, like anything you don't want to be out there. So why is it secure? Well, it's secure because it's signed. It means that you will always know that you're the one that generated it, okay? No one else can generate it and say, hey, you did it. You will know that you're the one that generated it, okay? So it's secure because it's signed, not secure because it's encrypted, it's hashed or encrypted. Okay, so that's the first one. Is it clear? Can we move on? Do we have questions? You've switched off my screen. Yes. Yes. Okay, so let's move on. If you have a question, please post it in the chat. If you have a question, please post it in the chat. Okay, so we sent it via the token, like in the body, and then if you send it to a JavaScript web React app, they probably would know what to do with it and where to keep it and how to use it and yabba yabba yabba, okay? However, it's often better, often advisable, often recommended to use a cookie, to use a HTTP only cookie, to save it send it in a header, yeah, like different, like security experts probably know better than I do, but yeah. So how do we do that exactly? Well, we just sent it in the body by saying token. Now we can send it as a cookie by saying response.cookie, okay? And then we say the name of the cookie. In this case, we want the cookie to be called authentication, okay? And then we say the value of the cookie. In this case, we want it to be token. And then you can say secure true, HTTP only true. You can do all of that. You can just add all, like whatever you want to do, okay? You can add all of that. And then it's going to be sent, like it's going to be sent to the browser, okay? So let's come and try again. So let's send. Oh, we have to remove this. Okay, we have to remove this. We have to remove this. So let's come here, and we also have to do something about the body. So let's come here, and we say response the body, and we send nothing. Okay, and where is the PDB? Gaweg, get out. Okay, so let's come back here and let's send it again, and everything is fine in La La Land. Okay, the body is empty, but we got this cookie. You see, we got this cookie now. Very, very important for us to note. Okay, whenever your browser visits a website, it responds with set cookie. The minute the website tells your browser set cookie, your browser is going to set a cookie. Next time you visit the website, the browser is going to say, hey buddy, you gave me this cookie, I have it for you. Okay, so the cookie has a name and it has a value, and cookies are case sensitive. Okay, headers not so much. Content type can be one small c, one big T. It's all going to be lowercase anyway. Like, forget about headers, they are not case sensitive, but the cookie is like the key, which is this authentication here. It's case sensitive, so you want to make sure that when you're sending your cookie, you're using the right, like you name it appropriately. Okay, so you can have a cookie that has a max age, has expiry date, has like if you go to Mozilla Developer Network, let's come here, MDN cookies, and using HTTP cookies. And then you come here, you would see set cookie. Okay, that's what our Heaven application did, and you can set many cookies. Okay, and you can define the lifetime of a cookie. Expires is what we were saying. The max age, what we were saying. The max age and which of them takes priority. You can update the cookie and whatnot. And of course you have HTTP only. So you have HTTP only here. You can ensure cookies are sent securely, okay? And aren't accessed by unintended parties or scripts by making it HTTP only, making it secure, the day that it expires and whatnot. So if you want to learn about cookies, go to MDN, you can read up about it. It's authoritative, wonderful stuff, okay? Now let's move back to the order of the day, which is where did you go? Okay, there you are. Okay, so that is one. Okay, we can set it as a cookie. Okay, another thing to do, and then if you do it this way and the browser is the one that went to the website and it comes back, the browser is going to save the cookie, and the next time you visit the website, it's going to submit that cookie. Okay, it's going to submit that cookie. Now if we are going to save this as a header, then we most likely, let's make this guy command slash a comment, take him all the way up, or let's leave him where he is. Okay, then what we want to do here would be say response.headers. Okay, and then we say what is the header that we want, authentication, and then we say token. Okay, and just like that, if we come here, I hope you see authentication, and you see the token. So now when your browser sees this, it's going, like, you can now get the header and you can do what you want to do with it. Okay, how do cookies work? Okay, so a cookie is basically some data that a website sends to your web browser. When your web browser goes to a website, okay, the whole idea with GDPR is like before everybody was just saving all manner of things. Like the minute you go to a website, I've been to a website and they saved like 300 and something cookies on my browser. And I was like, goodness gracious, this is ridiculous. So you visit a browser and they're like, take a cookie, take a cookie, take a cookie. It's basically a file that they put on your computer so that they can make money off you, or they can have affiliate marketing, or for whatever reasons, or they can identify you so that when you come to their website, they know who you are and they can log you in, okay? Now, there are other ways, of course. You have session storage, you have local storage, and there are other things that can be done behind the scenes without necessarily using cookies. Not that some of them might be secure, depends on the developers and the company. But a cookie, at the heart of it, is just a file that some website gave to your browser saying, save this, and whenever you visit me, I'm going to give it to me. That's all. Okay? Now, the cookies are saved depending on the max age, depending on the expiry time that you set when you put the cookie. Like when we took a look at the MDM website, you see it all there. Okay? So they have a lifetime. I think there is a max time when they even expire. But then, yeah, but don't quote me on that. I have to double check again. I can't remember. I think I saw it some time ago. Okay? But if you set a cookie to expire in 5 seconds, it will expire in 5 seconds. As a matter of fact, you can set a cookie to expire in the past, and then the browser will remove the cookie from your browser. So let's say you visited a website and they say give you a cookie and they say expire this cookie in 5 years, and then I think some browsers will not honor it and they set a max time, if I remember correctly. Like if you put a ridiculous amount of time, they'll just reduce it and put like a 2-year or 3-year or whatever, if I remember correctly. But if they gave you that cookie and they said, remember this, like for the next 500 years, as long as this human being is alive and the computer is still existing, when he comes, send me this cookie, and you go the next second and they send the same cookie name and they put it a time in the past, the browser will delete the cookie. Okay, so you can set when you want a cookie to be deleted. Okay. So we are in the era of so we have this, okay? Now the question would be, what is the best way to go about authenticating on, I think let's go with headers. I think let's go with headers. The reason why I ask is because there is okay. The reason why I ask is because there is an authentication and interceptors, security, private, okay, and I'm using cookies, and then I use this to protect the route that you should not be able to see once you're logged in. So we can use cookies and we can use headers as well. It really depends. You can even use both. You can say request cookies that get authentication, and then request that headers that get authorization, and then whichever one of them is there, I think that's what we're going to do in the end, in the long run. That's what we're going to do in the end, in the long run. So we have the witnesses changing. Yay. Okay, 37 hours. Ooh la la. Okay, are there any questions? No question. No news is good news. Okay, so let's continue. Now, is my timer still on the 30 minutes mark, or is now it's set to the hour? So, no, I'm not taking any break. I'm just going to speak. It's 7:05. Okay, so whenever I want to take a break, I have to hit 05. And then if I take the break, what happens? Then it changes to the 310 or whatever it is. Gotcha. JWT's talked about hashing, talked about checking passwords and a couple of other things. We also talked about the Python debugger and how you can use it and how powerful it is. I have forgotten it once in production. Very, very terrible experience. Because you'll be saying, no, why is the website so slow? It's not working. And then you find out later that it was PDP that you forgot. So, anyways, so let's move on. We have, okay, see what I'm saying? This secret key one too many times. So let's come here and say from constant import hs256 and secret key. So let's come here and let's make them all alphabetical. hs256 close and hs256 and there we go. Okay, so we said that we want to be able to use the cookie and the header. So something that we can do is we can say here that we want to get the cookie and then we want to get the header. So we're going to get the header is equal to request the header is get, and then I think we called it authorization if I remember correctly. Okay, and then if not cookie and not header, we want to return unauthorized, like if there's no cookie and no header. Okay, and then still dead. And then I really don't like how that goes, because then you still have to come and check. So what we're going to do here is if not cookie, okay, cookie equals to header. Okay, I'm not splitting anything because I didn't put there all that nonsense. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm saying I prefer the cookie. Okay, if the cookie exists or if the cookie doesn't exist, then I'm going to say like cookie is equals to header. So basically I am taking the header or the cookie and saying give me this. Okay, so at the end of the day we are going to get so I will say something like detokenize, for instance, the cookie. We don't want to have too many, like an object having too many concerns, so we can create a separate function here just to detokenize. But at the end of the day, it's a JSON web token, so maybe it might not make sense to create a second, because we're just going to decode it. Okay, so we're going to try decode. Oh, I see. Let's remove this and then say if not on tokenize cookie. Okay, and then here we can come say def on tokenize. Okay, and then why am I doing that? It's simple. Okay, to say if not, and then here we're going to put escape. So we're going to first say, so what we're doing here is we're going to get the requested app dot config secret key. That is the secret key. And then my brain is not working right now. Maybe I might be making a mistake, but yeah, whatever. If not cookie, cookies with header. If not unrecognized cookie, return this. There's no point in doing that. At the end of the day, we're going to just, so if not untokenize cookie, return this. If not untokenize header, return this. So I can just say here cookie is equals to untokenized cookie, and let's even do this. Cookie header is equals to untokenized cookie, untokenized header, and then here we say if not cookie or header, return this, and then I'm going to say context.keep current user cookie or header. Okay, so yes, what have we done here? So basically, we say we want to get a cookie, okay, as the authentication. That's what we saved it as. And then if it's, let's imagine we come via an API and we get the header, not the cookie, okay. We get the header as well. We prefer the cookie, so we prioritize the cookie. And then we say we get the secret key from the global app config. So there are two configs in a Heaven application. There's the config that comes from like a settings.json file or an environ file, and then there's the app state that you keep things in, like you keep your connection pool, and you keep like, so it's not like the things in your config are mostly variables, like that. They're like your secret key, they're like your whatnot. But the things in your app state can be objects, can be instance of different things. Okay, so they can also be variables, but yeah, like I hope it's clear. Okay, so you have, if you want to get your secret key, then chances are that you're going to get it from the config. Okay, remember the config comes from settings.json or from your environment. These are things you don't want to put in your application code, but you want to be able to pull in at some point. So we get the secret key from the config, not from the state, okay? And then we get the cookie and the header. So we're using, basically in Python, if we say A, B is equals to 4, 5, then A will be 4, B is going to be 5, okay? And then if this is none, or this doesn't return anything, A will be 4, and then B will be none, okay? Now, let's do this, okay? And then if that's the case, if I say C is equals to A or B, okay? If A is alive and B doesn't exist, okay, then C will be A, okay? If A exists and B exists, then C is going to be A. Let me show you what we mean. So imagine here, let's say Command J, let's click here, let's open Python, let's say A is equals to A, B, C, and then, no, let's do what we said before, okay? A is equals to B, A, B is equals to A, B, C, and D, E, F.
Okay? Now, if I say C is equals to A or B, okay, and I say C, you see is equals to ABC. Because the way Python works, the minute it sees through, it doesn't care what's behind. And many programming language is called early exit, okay? They exit early. So, why am I saying this? Because I care about the cookie more than I care about the header, okay? So if we say here cookie header is equals to this, if not cookie or header, that's if there's none of them, okay? There's no cookie, there's no header, then I want to go back out, okay? Like there's no point, like just say, hey, like you're not a serious person, they go away, okay? Now, I'm going to keep, if there's a cookie or a header, I'm going to keep the cookie first. So I'm saying cookie or header. So if there's a cookie and a header, I will get the cookie and I'll throw away the header because I care more about the cookie, okay? If there's no cookie but there's a header, then I'll get the header because the cookie is empty. Make sense? I hope you're following and you understand. So, okay, no news is good news. Is it clear? Did I miss a bit? Let's take a look at the okay, so let's go. So now we have security. So let us do something about this. Let's say we have the main security here and then we can close here. So earlier we were talking about JavaScript, and one of the things that we mentioned when we were talking about JavaScript, we talked about hoisting. We talked about how there's a lot of activity in the world of React and Vue, and we talked about Alpine.js, which is a very small, very nifty package. Okay. Let me sit and take the chair down. Goodness gracious! Next 2 seconds. Okay. So we are going to create the user interface at some point. We are going to tie the user interface to the backend API. But before we do that, we're going to try and make as much mileage on the backend API as we can. And so having said that, let us take a look at one of such, the companies. Okay. Okay, so taking a look at the API, there are a couple of things that need to be created. So when we take a look at the SQL file, we have skills, and skills can only be added by TBHS. So for instance, you can add a skill. You can add a skill for carpentry. You can add a skill for plumbing. Skills are added by TBHS, where TBHS is a humanitarian worker working for NGO. So humanitarian workers add skill, and then volunteers can say, hey, I want to volunteer for skill XYZ. I want to volunteer for skill XYZ. And they can volunteer for multiple skills. They can volunteer for multiple skills, but at the end of the day, they can't add skills to the platform. The skills must exist on the platform before they can volunteer for such a skill. So we need to create the rules and the privileges that exist apart from the regular who can log in, who cannot log in, what's your password, what's your, like, we need to secure the, we need to secure pertinent, like the integrity of the system, of the data, the security and whatnot. So authentication is only half of the equation. Authorization is the other half of the equation. Let me say it one more time for the people in the back. Authentication is only one part of the equation. Authorization is the other part of the equation. Let me stand up. Sitting down is terrible. Like I'm gonna sleep in a second. Okay. Okay. Authentication is only one part of the equation. Authorization is the other part. But what do we mean when we say authentication and authorization? We've already taken a look at something tiny in that regard. Can somebody shed more light? We have a lot of smart, intelligent people in this room. I know somebody has a lot of context or knowledge on authentication and authorization. Can you share with the rest of us mere mortals? You will be highly appreciated as you do so. I am looking at the time. It's a 5-minute exercise. Like someone can explain the concept of authorization versus authentication. Who knows? We could be the missing knowledge captain that we've been waiting for. Three more minutes. Nobody? Somebody has at least heard of it before, no? One minute to go. No takers. Okay. Okay, so authentication and authorization. Authentication is like when you work in an organization and you're allowed to enter the office, to sit in the cafeteria, to do everything you need to do, okay? You can access the work computer and all that, okay? To some degree, you're even authorized to do some small things. However, you're not allowed to, like there are areas you're not allowed to go to. There are areas you're not allowed to go to, there are things that you cannot do. There are things off limits. So, even though you're allowed to be there, okay, you are allowed to be there in a confine. Being allowed to be there, you're authenticated, okay, you're approved, you're on a whitelist to be there, okay. Now, being able to do other things whilst you're there, that is the difference between authorization and balance. Think about it like this. You can log into a system. You can log into the system, but you cannot allow other people log into the system. Like authentication is just basically identifying that you are allowed, you are who you say you are. Authentication is like your ID card, okay? It's we identify you and we know you. Authorization is the permission. It's not just that we know you, and we are like not we obey, like we know you and we recognize that you have special privileges, okay? We know you and we recognize that you have special privileges. That is authorization versus authentication. Who can give me an example of time when they used an application where they felt where like the demarcation between authorized and authenticated was heavily felt. Can you give me an instance of such an application? Yes. Authorization is who am I? Authorization is what can I do? Perfect example. Okay, I am jumping so I can get energized. 37 hours, 30 minutes and counting. Ooh. Okay. Ooh la la. So we have a couple of tables that we have to we say we want full API representation. Full API representation is when you want every single part of every single thing that can happen in your system should be available via an API. Okay? Every single thing that can happen in your system should be available via an API. So we're going to try and attempt to do that with this very small subset, with this charity application that is being built. Okay? So there are skills. Skills can be added by only the internal charity staff, okay? Carpentry and whatnot, they're the ones to decide what skills they have a way of curating. Then there are offerings, and offerings are also internally instrumented. So skills are for people like you and me. So for instance, coding skills, carpentry skills and whatnot, okay? And then there are offerings, which are the things that a company can give. They can give cement, they can give like what can a company give, basically. Okay? Now then there are companies, and the companies are the organizations that exist on the system. Okay, like they're like the big hats. If that's the word to use. Okay, I hope I'm getting that correctly. And then you have contacts. Contacts are the representatives of a company. So if you have a Lufthansa. Okay, Lufthansa is the company, and the people that represent Lufthansa and are on the platform are contacts. Okay, then the ones that make decisions on behalf of the company and like the contacts, the people that the NGO staff interact with. Then there companies can have many offerings, so you have a table offering companies, and there's a table for individuals, which are volunteers, people like you and me, for instance. Unless there's someone here that's a company, please let me know. I want to know how you did it. Maybe I'll be able to follow in your footsteps. Okay, so we have individual skills, because an individual can have many skills. So for instance, I can have a skill of carpentry. You don't know. Okay, so I can have a skill of carpentry. I can have a skill of bricklaying. I can have a skill of plumbing. I can have like coding. I can have many different skills. Okay, so the individuals and skills. An individual can have many skills, so it's like a many to many. So there's a intermediate table. Now, then there are campaigns, and then campaigns are things that are happening to make the world a better place. Okay, things that are happening to make the world a better place, and they have a score. And you can have a minimum score and a maximum score of their campaigns. And then you have locations. Locations are areas of interest or areas that have been registered. Okay. Ideally, you can see that there is you can say North America as a location, and then you can still say Texas as a location. Okay. So it's not mutually or it's not exclusive in that way. And then you have campaign location, and campaign location is because you can have a campaign across many locations, so it's like a many to many, so there's that intermediate table as well. And then you have TBHS, which are and then you have TBHS. So these are the entities that we'll be tracking. You have location TBHS because you can have the big hands staff, that's TBHS. The big hand staff that are in multiple locations, okay? You can have location individuals, which means you as an individual location. You can have location companies, which means you as a company, you want to have offerings across many locations, okay? And then we have registrations, which is what happens when you register. So when you register, you get a registration. Okay, let's do this. So, now, we talked about, earlier we talked about when we were taking a look at the higher order functions like the authenticator, the JSONator, the expector, that's the JSON schema compiler, okay? When we're taking a look at that, we talked about PDB, we talked about a couple of things like that, and then we took our private security function and we made it such that it accepts both cookies and headers, okay? So now we need to test that the private function works, okay? And most likely we're also going to put a JSONate on this, okay? Now for those of you that were not here, JSONate is a way we convert whatever data you're returning into JSON so that it can be sent over the wire, okay? So we are using JSON schema, and the JSON schema is compiled, and we talked about how it's like writes super fast, because when this goes into expect, it's compiled on the fly, and then there is a closure that happens, and this is returned with the compiled schema in the body, and then when this is called, it's already compiled, and by the time your function is called, like it's 000, like very, very, very fast, super fast for the JSON schema. Okay, so moving on, we have expect, we have JSONate, and these are decorators. So we need to create one company, okay, and we're going to be using dummy data. We're going to be working mostly from the h.hp, okay, because we're nerdy like that, I guess. So we will not be using anything outside of this. A bulk of what we're doing will be here, so we can, let's see, where's the username? Let's send this, and let's get this, and let's come here, and let's create at token is equals to, okay, and then we can use name. We don't want to do that, so let's close. So in case you don't understand what's actually going on here, this is basically how HTTP, like this is what your browser will send when you visit, like when you're visiting a website, okay? It sends some gibberish in this format, and then your browser is going to respond to it, yada yada yada. So we are using like that for our application, as opposed to opening a web browser and then using a user interface or using something like Postman or registering on some servers. Okay, so we want to create a company. So let's come here, let's separate this from, and then let's come here and let's say post, and we are going to say the base, which is the what we created here, okay, and we have the companies, which is what we want to create, okay, and then here we have to say content type application JSON, and then authorization via a token. Yeah, don't want to do this. Let's put token, okay, and then if we come here, because the headers are not case sensitive, this is going to be a small letter. Okay, so let's test it and see if we get what we ordered versus what we got. Moment of truth. Okay, so we are going to send, oh yeah, we did not put properties, and then we just want to put the name for now. Okay, put an email, okay, and let's say it's a type string, and the format is an email, okay, and let's say what is required is the name and the email. Of course there's more to it, and we want additional property false. Okay, so what is going to happen here is that if you're familiar with how decorators work, or if you want me to explain how decorators work, please let me know. If you're familiar with how it works, I can just move on. Okay, so when we say create one, okay, when we send that that request that we have here, okay, this one, hopefully it is this file that will be called. Let's put this guy here and let's put this guy here, okay? Hopefully it is this file that will be called, okay? Why will this file be called? Because we have a multiplexer, okay? This is heaven, it's a multiplexer. You give it like a wildcard route or a specific route, or you give it like the whole slogged route and whatnot, and it knows how to basically call a specific function when that route is matched. So you just tell it give it a string, and it knows, like, it will know how to find the function in your path and then call the function when that route is matched. Okay, so we have, zoom in a bit. Is that good enough? No answer is good. Okay, yeah, answer. Okay, sweet. So now if we come here to companies, okay, what we're basically doing here is we're basically putting them in routes. Oh yes, we need to take this away from here and say from constant import portal, and then we're good. Okay, here we have get, delete, post, patch, put, post, okay? Okay, yes, this is activations. Now, what happens here, and this activation should actually ideally be only TVHS that does it, if I remember correctly. Okay, so what happens if I say post X companies, okay, is that this controllers companies create one is going to be called. This is obviously you can see there's like it's a path on my, it's like a path to a file, okay? And then automatically if I click on this, it brings me here. Now, the beautiful thing is that this is only going to happen for this subdomain, because I specify that it should only be on the subdomain portal. Okay, you can specify that you want it to be a wildcard across all domains, yada yada yada. That's up to you. Okay, so now we are going to have data appear inside here. Hopefully, we're going to get data that comes in the context.form, because the request object comes from the browser, okay? Everything that comes from the browser, the headers, the cookies, the body, the user agent, like whatever, the IP address, everything that the browser sends is in the request object. Everything you need to send a response is in the response object, and the context is like a fanny pack that you can use it until the request is sent back from handler to handler, okay? So let us move in. If we say context.form.name, we'll get this, okay? If we say context.form.email, we'll get this, okay? So we want to, so we can say response.body is equals to context.form.name, or we can just say, okay, and that's what we want to send back, okay? Now, let's go ahead and send this and see what happens. Send request, unauthorized. Something is amiss, something is amiss, something is amiss. Let's close and let's come to our, let's come to our controllers, come here to private, and it says that it's unauthorized. So we can do two things. We can say unavailable for legal reasons so that we know where exactly it's going wrong, or we can import the Python debugger and specify where we want the Python debugger to take effect, okay? So we can say we want the Python debugger to take effect from the specific line, and then it's going to take effect from that line, okay? So now okay, so hopefully they're going to fix my my speaker, and then you stop hearing my heavy hand hitting up the table or this. So sorry for that. Oh yes, we're back. We're live. Yay! 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 Okay, so now let's go with the first option and let's see what gives. Unavailable for legal reasons. Okay, now we see where it's dying. We see where the request is dying. The request is dying up here, if not cookie or header, which means there is no header. Authorization, is that what we called it? Did we call it authorization? Yes, we called it authorization. Okay, so now we're going to go in with our PDB. Okay, we're going to go in with PDB, and we're going to say import Python debugger and Python debugger.setTrace. Okay, now what this is going to do is that at this line, it's going to halt the progression, and it'll drop us into this place, and we can take a look at what's going on. So let's go back and send this to the browser, send this through the browser, send this through the browser, send this through the... Okay, so Command J, and here we have request.headers, request.headers. It's coming as a cookie. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? It's coming as a cookie. Oh wow. I see. So it was failing because we were using secret key, which is the constant, as opposed to using the secret key, which is the one that we got from the application config. Okay, so now we have the application. This should work, hopefully. If it doesn't, I don't want to type this again. Unprocessable entity. Okay, so now we scaled true, but now we scaled true, but okay, so let's go here and come here, and unprocessable entity is here. What exactly are you saying is wrong? So let's try again and see what you say. Must contain email. Okay, so we didn't send an email. Ooh, we did not send an email. 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 So we have name. We have, and it's still gonna fail because we said additional properties false. It's still gonna fail because we said additional properties false. Okay, so we have here the, let's send this request. Okay, unprocessable entity cannot data must not contain address description properties, because we said on additional properties false. So there are two ways to go about it. We can come in here. We can come in here and say that we want to remove these properties automatically, like just take the properties out, nuke it. Or we can come to our controllers and take out this additional properties false, and that would be just fine. Okay, so let's do that and send this again, and we should have, beautiful, we have liftoff. Okay, so we have liftoff, and we can move to the next phase, which is persisting that data to a database. Okay, persisting that data to a database. So the authentication is working just fine. To test it, let's go ahead and delete something from the token. Let's take out the N. Bye-bye, N. Okay, and we come back down here, and then we say send this request. Whoa, wow, it still worked? That is crazy. Why is it working? Let's go back and send this request. Where are we? Token. Let's send the request. Okay, so something is definitely off with our authentication. Let's come to formatters, close that. Let's come here, Command P, security, interceptors. Come down here. Unauthorized none, contested cookie or header. Header is equal to this. Untokenized header, secret key. So let's come here and see what gives. Import BDB, pdb.set trace, and let's see what's going on. We put Python debugger there, and we send Command J, open up. We say cookie, username, someone. Okay. What if we say request dot I know what's going on. Yes. Earlier in the session, I sent the set cookie header and it looks like it's been cached and it's been saved. So that is what is actually being used. The cookie that I sent earlier and not the one that is being sent now. I get it, 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 I get it now. Okay, so let's come back here and first let's say continue and let's see how we can clear that cookie. Let's see how we can clear that cookie. Let's see how we can clear the cookie. One thing we can do is we can actually come here and click on this token and we can set the expiry date for the cookie and that should clear it right out of here. Okay, so we do this, we have authentication, okay, and so let's go ahead and clear that. So come to controllers, companies.py, no not you, no not you, users up, authenticate, come down here and we take out the headers, bring back the cookie, and then we say I think it's, let's see, if we do this, maybe you're going to remove it from our, go ahead, send. Set cookie, and this is what you're saying. Okay, and so now if we send, the cookie is still, I think it's well, what we are going to do is we're just going to remove the cookie completely. So instead of saying max age, let's come here to tokens. Let's say we're going to put it as an empty cookie, okay? And then we're going to put the expires. So let's come here and from so what we're going to do now is we're going to set the expires to a time in the past. So I'm going to do this, okay? 1 day ago is equals to okay, and then we're going to say 1 day ago, and now if we send this request, okay, I hope it's saved because I don't want to deal with this cookie again. Exactly, so the cookie is gone. Yay, okay. So now we can go to the, let's go here and okay, so we've kicked the cookie, kicked it to the curb, kicked it to the curb, kicked it to the curb. So the cookie is gone, and now we can go back to all things nice and good. Okay, so let's close. Oh no, we have to take you back to how it was before. Yes, let's leave it like the headers. Okay, no cookie, cookie bad. Okay, so close here, and then we come to users. Close that. Come to companies, and let's come here and let's open up the. Okay, so let's take a look at here we have companies controllers, okay, and then we have the private, if I remember correctly, and then we take this guy out, and we have unauthorized, which is what we want. Okay, and let's authorization, let's come here, security, authorization, send, okay, come back to security. Let's take a look at what's coming in. Import PDB, pdb.setTrace, and then let's send, and then open the, and then check at the request.cookies, request.headers, okay, and then we have authorization, yeah, which is lowercase. We have it here, so why is it not working? On tokenize header SK. On tokenize header request that app dot config secret key. Yeah, so that's working. So, okay, so we go here, no, you don't say, I wonder how I could have done that. I wonder how I could have done that. Okay. I wonder how I could have done that. Okay, so here we have the issue. We say if there is no cookie or header, okay? But what we want to say, because that is going to say, so that is going to give us true. Okay, so so what was happening was that we had the OR operator here, and the way that the OR works is you have, so it was, the not was applying to this and not the compound this. So we had to prioritize by putting this in the parentheses, and then when we said not, then it works as expected. Okay, so moving forward, let's come back here and perform our test by n. And if we send this, it should say unauthorized. Okay, now it works like it should. Okay, so we have the private that basically secures the entire application. We have expect, which takes in the JSON schema, and it takes the JSON schema and then it compiles the JSON schema, and whenever data comes in from the user, it validates the data from the user against the JSON schema that has been compiled. We have the JSON8 that takes the data and converts the data from the Python dictionary to a JSON string. Now, when we were talking about JavaScript, when we were doing the JavaScript tutorial, way early in the Code-A-Thon, we talked about something similar. Can someone remember, anyone that was around, what the alternative for the JSON.loads and JSON.dumps in Python? You can get it from JSON, or you can install all JSON, or you can install UJSON. There are numerous JSON libraries. Okay, in Python, you say from JSON import dumps and import loads. What is the JavaScript JS alternative? What is the JS alternative? Who can remember what the JS alternatives are? Not all at once. Who can remember what the JSON alternatives are? Anyone? Tayo? Sute? I see you raised your hand, Ken. Welcome. Super happy to have you here. Super excited. Saying hello. We had to mute, prevent people from going on mute because we had a couple of Indians come in here and sharing nudes and insulting and typing vulgar content. So we had to be more strict with the participants, unfortunately. So much of the answers then are done by just typing it in the chat. So who can remember what the JavaScript alternative for JSON.dumps and JSON.loads in Python? So JSON.dumps takes a dictionary or an object in JavaScript parlance and then converts it to a JSON string, and then loads takes a JSON string and then converts it into an object. So JavaScript has its own alternative, and then we talked about it when we were doing the JavaScript tutorial. We mentioned it, we talked about a lot of stuff, but yeah, that was one of the things that we had immediate carryover when we came into Python. Not all at once. Not all at once. Now, whilst I wait for the wonderful people to type it in, if you get what it is, please type it in. I will be waiting. I think some of us were around. Zainab, I'm looking at you. I think you were around for the JavaScript tutorial. I'm not quite sure. It's been a while. Okay, so moving on. So now we are going to try to save the data, and we're also going to try to make the form, the data that we receive via the API, we'll make it a little bit more strict. JSON.stringify. JSON.stringify. A cookie for you, George. And then what's the alternative? Yes, JSON.stringify. And JSON, there's a second one, apart from JSON.stringify. Okay, so super happy to see that we still remember. Now we're going to try to save the data that we receive, okay? The data that we receive, we're going to save it into the DB. Now, again, I'm going to cover very, very quickly what exactly is going on. The library you see here is called Heaven, okay? It's a very simple multiplexer. Basically, you create an instance, you say, from Heaven import app, app is equals to app, okay? Forget this loads, you can just leave it empty, but we're loading your secrets and your database keys inside here, okay? And then you say app.get, and then you give it a string, and then Heaven will go to wherever the string is and then call that function, okay? So this create one function here is called by Heaven because somewhere along the line, we said when someone sends a post request to X1 companies, we give Heaven this string, and then Heaven knows how to open all of these and then call this, and then you get this function called, okay? So that is how it works. Again, quick recap. Now, private protects us from only people that are authenticated should be able to do this, okay? We haven't gone into authorization because technically it means anyone with a valid authentication token can do stuff. We're going to build that later, okay, when we start talking about authorization. But for now, we just want to make sure that all the APIs work and things are private. So we have the expect that takes a schema and makes sure that the data conforms to that schema, okay? Then we have JSON8 that does the conversion of a Python dictionary or data type to a JSON string, okay? And then we send the body back and we say response.body is equals to OK context.form.name. So when we click on this request down here, that's why you see OK company name, okay? Because if we put here, what you'll see will be OK good day, okay? Now, what is going on in the create one? Well, there are a couple of things that we want to do. First things first, we have imported the operation library, okay? You can install it by saying pip install operation, and then when you install the operation library, you can just basically come here and say op is equals to operation, and then you give the name of the table, and then you say the connection pool. Now, where do we get this connection pool from? You have the request.app, and then there's this small looking face, and then you have the pool, okay? It's a syntax, okay? For I'm looking inside, in the pool, I look inside the request.app, okay? Or for request.app, if you look inside, you'll see the pool. Now, whenever you start your Heaven application, you get two stores. The first store is the config, where you store your secrets, your database passwords, and all of that, okay? It's basically text and numbers. You don't store objects, you don't store data, you don't store connection pools, you don't store classes. Then you get the Heaven state where you can store connection pools, classes. When you connect to your database, you store it there so that you can reuse it everywhere across your app. Now, I don't know if Franchon is a bot, but I think it's, I'm going to deny entry. Okay, so then we have that pool inside your request.app. Another way you can get it is to say request.app.peak, and then you give it the name of what you want to peak, okay? Or you just say request.app, okay? So, and with that, you have the operation ready to insert something into your database. So we say op.insert, okay? And then here we say we want to insert to the, when you do this, and then you say .run, automatically whatever you pass into this insert is going to be saved into the database, okay? It's as simple as that. Anything you pass into insert is going to be saved into the database, okay? So how do we then decide what data to save? Let's take a look at companies. Companies has a couple of attributes in the SQL file that we want to save, okay? Now we can come here and create a Python comment, multi-line comment, and then we paste, and we can talk about all these much down the line, okay? So it has an ID, and it starts at 1,000, and it's generated always as identity, so I most likely need to get that ID back, so I'll say op.insert returning ID dot run, and because I want to get the ID after I've inserted, okay? Then I am going to say here name is equals to context.form.name, okay? And then I will say the phone is equals to context.form.phone, okay? Then I'll say the address is equals to the context.form.address, and then I say is active is true, or in this case I'm going to put false until we say that it's true. Now timestamp is a timestamp TZ, and I'm going to leave that to be inserted by the database, okay? So what we need is the phone, the name, and so if I do this, and then here I say import pdb, pdb.setTrace, so that we can inspect what comes back before we return. So now I have the name, I have the email. I want to make sure that we add the companies does not have an email field, I think, so we are going to have to add the email field to the companies. Let's go Beekeeper Studio. So let's come here and let's say select all from companies, and let's run. So there's nothing, and so we can say alter table companies, add column, email, text, and then let's run. And so we've added an email column to the company, so we can now save it. And now we're going to leave this here and save the data and come back and check, and we should see some data saved, okay? So we have companies, and I'm going to put email text here. Okay, so
let's come back here, and then we put email is equals to context.form.email, okay? And then we are also going to put the phone, type, string, and then we're going to put the address, type, string, and we have the name, phone, email address, okay? Name, phone, email address. Okay, so we have name and email that are required. In SQL, we have just the ID, and the name is required, but that's fine, okay? So we can have the name only as required. Same thing with the database, and then here we can come name, phone, okay, and ideally you want to do phone number validation. So when someone submits a phone number, you want to do phone number validation the same way you're doing email validation. You want to validate this kinds of information, but because this is just data that we're using for testing and whatnot, and we can always optimize and improve, and we're on Code-A-Thon time, I'm just going to move ahead, speed ahead, and yeah. So let's go ahead and send this request. Okay, so we have command J, and then here we have result. Okay, I don't think we awaited. Yes, we did. Okay, so if we say result.json, so we say result is equals to result.json. Okay, and then we continue, we get the ID of 1000. Okay, so let's come here, and I want to run that one more time just so that we can get so let's come here, and if we come here and we say the same thing, select all from companies, we should see the company now in our database, okay? So we added a company, and we can try it again. We say okay. Okay, I was looking for this. I was looking for result. Yeah, I was looking for that. Okay. So, yeah, that's fine. We have here let's take this out, and then we say
And we always want to try this because anything can go wrong. Anything can go wrong. So we always want to be okay, so we are going to have, now we say okay, so let's try this one more time, and we should be good to go now. And there we go. There you go, okay? And that's super fast. We're saving to the DB in 4 milliseconds. Wow, that is crazy. 3 milliseconds. Okay, so we have created a very quick way for us to get saved to the database. Okay, now something that we can also do, ideally we are going to want to create some sort of abstraction to help us with querying data, so we don't have to write every single time the necessary queries. Okay, but it is what it is. Now, before we continue, I'm going to open the floor for questions. Anyone has any question? Anyone has any questions? Nay? Okay, let's get it popping. So, we took a look at how the Python debugger allows you drop into a line of code, stops there, gives you context so you can check variables into sparse and get the data you need. You can change, you can modify, you can do a lot of amazing stuff, okay? Then we also talked about how the private decorator protects our route handlers from unauthorized access. It's just authentication, no authorization yet, but that should be easy enough to fix in a bit. We talked about how expect takes the JSON schema you give it, compiles it, and then like you can see how fast it is. Like we created a new company in milliseconds. There are different ways to go about interactive or how powerful your code editor is, okay? It is possible that there might be a graphical user interface way to intercept and show you in your code. That is possible. I haven't tried it. I do know that I have tried some editors that allow you actually step into the code step by step as it executes and then get data. The closest would probably be like a Jupyter notebook or something. I don't know. But yeah, your mileage might vary. Okay, so we talked about how the JSON schema is compiled. And you can tell because we created a company in 3 milliseconds. Like you're hitting it and it's super fast. That's telling you that the JSON schema is very, very, very fast because of how it's compiled, okay? And then we go ahead and say how JSON 8 basically takes care of the JSON parsing. I think it also does the content type. Yes, it does content type as well. Okay, so it sets the data and the content type so your browser knows that to expect JavaScript. Okay, so now we have done that. We might also want to delete one, but you see now when we want to delete something, here the shouldn't be /x/companies, because like how do you know what company to delete? Okay, it should most likely be /x/companies/id, where id can be 1 to whatever. Okay, now how do you get, so we can come here, we can say companies, and we can open routes, and here we have delete. Oh yes, there you go, ID, and then you have delete one. So when you take a look at this, you see that it's called ID, and because it's called ID, we're going to, in this function, say company ID is equals to request the params that get ID. Okay? Now, the params are the parameters of the request. If you want to get the query, like imagine that the URL was like /x/id, and you have like age is equals to something. Okay? For that, you would say request.queries.get. Okay? Because you want to get a query string. It's not going to be params. It's going to be request of queries. Okay? So here we have the company ID, and we say .get ID. Why do we say .get ID? Because this is called ID. Now, if we call this here XP, then inside here we will say .get XP. Basically, capiche? Is it clear? Are we good? Can we carry on? Any questions? Okay, no news is good news. Let's go. Okay, let me check. I think there's a message in the chat. Okay, so now company ID is equals to request the params to get ID. So if I want to delete company, let's take a look at the okay, so we have even up to 116, 10,016. So we can delete 1016. So let's come here and create a new request. And let's make this one a delete request. And let's make it 116. And we don't need that. So, okay, let's come here, and then let's say, it says 200, okay, but nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened because we just said company ID is equals to this, okay? We didn't do anything with company ID. So what we want to do here is say operation is equals to operation, and we get the, so now normally what I do when I have this numerous times like this is I just go ahead and I create a decorator, and I say at operation, and then inside the function, then I can say context.op like this, and dot select, and I don't have to do it every single time. I'm feeling lazy right now, so probably won't do it. Yes. If you have a question, please type it in the chat.
Okay, so moving on. So we have here the operation, and then we can say operation dot delete, okay, where ID is equals to company ID, and I'm just going to say await, and that should be good. Okay, so, and then here I can tell you no content, okay? So she's gone. So now if we came here and did something like this, expectation failed. Why? What's going on? Except so I want to see you there. Let's go and we print the life out of that asterisk, and let's say invalid input for query argument 1, string object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Ain't that rubbish? Probably need to work on that. So yeah. Probably need to work on that later, but yep, here we go. No content, so it's gone. Okay, and I can say 115, and she's gonna go too. Bye bye 115, and I can say 114, and that's gonna go too. Bye bye 114. Okay, so basically, how do I confirm that all these are going? Because if I came back here and I said run, they're gone. I have 113, no 114, so I can delete 113, 112, and 111. Okay, so let's go. Bye bye 113. Bye bye 112. Bye bye 111. Okay, so if I come back here, if we came back and we clicked on it, and there you are. Okay, so we have delete, insert. What about update? Now the house is divided on this one. Why do I say so? Now, usually when you want to update something, you have two methods that are at your disposal. Patch and put, patch and put, patch and put, patch and put. So I'm going to ask a question on this later, so please, if you're not paying attention, if you want to get something, you use get. You want to create, you use post, and then patch to patch. Think about it like you have a torn shirt, you want to patch just a small part, and put to put something completely new, okay? So when you put, you replace what you had there, like you replace in situ, except your primary key or your ID or whatever, okay? Now, that's why I said the house is divided on this one, because some people will use put to patch. Like, I ain't your processor, I can't beat you, okay? So, at the end of the day, you will use what is best, okay, for you and your team. If it works, hey, if you want to actually use a delete request to create data, go for it. Okay, so we're going to take a look at patch, and then we're going to take a look at put, okay? We've already taken a look at post, but we can still take a look at post. So we're saying patch because we want to update something. Now, let's take a look. Update one is patch. Replace one is put, because I want to replace it with something.
I want to replace all of it with something. I want to patch a part of it, okay? I want to patch a part of it. I want to replace all of it. I want to patch a part of it, okay? Patch, you patch a ball, you patch a shirt, you patch small part, you put something like you have a whole milk, you take the old one and you put the new one, okay? So if we want to update, we're going to use patch, and we still are going to use expect, and then we can say that the things that we want, well, name is not required because we don't necessarily have to patch name, okay? So now, because I know that we will be patching a lot of things across the entire API, I am tempted to build another decorator after the expect that takes the form and basically nukes anything that was not sent. So if there was a field that was not sent, it's just going to nuke it. So what we get back is if only phone was sent, then only phone is going to be there. Sounds like something to do. Sounds like something to do. Well, let's go fishing. Let's take a look at the expects, and we compile and then we load, we compile and then we load. Okay, so let's take a look at fast JSON schema. Zero point 0.04, 0.03, whatever, 0. Who cares? Usage, API. I'm trying to see if it has a way to exclude on set like Pedantic does. Well, it doesn't. So who is feeling adventurous and wants to create a mini algorithm for how to do that? And like I said, small quiz. I want to create a resource. What method am I going to use? What is the method for creation? What is the method for deletion? What is the method for updating? What is the method for replacing? What is the method for previewing? I see a lot of nice answers coming in. I see a lot of nice answers coming in. Super impressed, super impressed, super impressed. Super impressed, super impressed, super impressed. Okay, okay, okay. So, thank you for the kind words. Really happy to see post, delete, patch, and put. So, what do you say? Should we create a decorator for places where we patch? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and just go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. So we have the delete one, we have the get one. Okay, so let's see the moment of truth. Get one. Let's go like okay, so we have okay, so what was I doing? I was trying to finish or kill an open task very, very quickly. And so we have the get one and basically looking at a way to get it, like finish it very, very, very quickly. So we have return.rest.out HTTP status. Response.out status.ok and then result.results.pop. And give me a second. How many hours have I accrued if I go to 39 o'clock?
I'll try.
Go to. Okay, so we have the OP is equals to operation, and we say OP select the run. Oh, that is nasty. That is nasty. That's very nasty. Oh, okay. So the problem is on line 52. We say op.select, but we don't give it any condition. We just say op.select. That is nasty. Okay. Where ID is equals to so here we're saying the company ID Oh. I don't know how it can be. It's sleep. It's definitely sleep. It's definitely sleep. So basically what was wrong was that I was not using JSON8 to convert the data to dictionary. Okay, so we have so just to put JSON8 everywhere,
And we're good to go. Okay, so now who wants to give it a try? What is the first thing we're going to do in the update one function? What's the first thing we're going to do in the update one function? Anyone? Okay, so okay, so now okay. Okay, so let's do this. Now, what I have been doing is creating a small Now, what I have been doing is creating a small I have been creating a very small XDiff so that I can explain. Okay, so, but before I go ahead and explain, I want someone to, who can tell me what this is doing? You can type it in the chat. It's like, it's doing X, Y, Z. Not all at once. Not all at once. Who can explain what this is doing?
Okay, I think.
can explain? Anyone? Okay, so let's go ahead and do this, okay? So this here is supposed to take context.form and then using the data, take all these and iterate through. So when you have a function and the function has something like, if you say def do and we say names, okay? You can come here and say names. You can do like this, no pun intended. And your do function will work just fine. Because the asterisk is a variable. It signifies variability. It signifies variability. It signifies variability. Okay, so for the most part, it's going to work, but it wouldn't necessarily filter out empty values. So empty strings, empty values, that would be a problem, okay? So the question would be, how would you build something that you could customize and say for empty values or values that are not set, don't use it? I think in areas like this, instead of reinventing the wheel, it's good to just come here and say something like, from pedantic, import base model, okay? And I think there's a way you can create a class from a dict and then put in data and then set exclude. It's just going to be a lot of work, so necessarily wouldn't have to write the whole code yourself, but it would be good to put it somewhere else, not in your method, okay? It will be good to put it somewhere else, not in your... We'll tackle that later. So here I'm going to say, because this is a very small class, I'll probably just say op.update, okay? And then we're going to say I think this is even a lookup object. So let's do this. From utils.data, import lookup.
Okay. I remember that this would not work because I abstracted it away. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead. My brain is frying now. Slowing down. Let's go ahead and take a look at what goes out when you want to update or when you want to patch. Ideally, what would happen is you have a way of specifying if something is on set. If something is on set, then don't if something is on set, then don't include the data. But if it's set, then include the data. So anyways, so here we're going to use a try-catch block. Why do we use a try-catch block? Why do we use a try-catch block? Why do we use a try-catch block? What is the significance of using try-catch in Python? So the code doesn't break in case of an error. Perfecto. 100% correct. So the code does not break in case of an error. So the code does not break in case of an error. So using try-catch is best practice. Using try-catch is best practice. So whenever you're dealing with anything that goes over the wire, if you're dealing with something that leaves your system, even for a little bit, you want to make sure you are sufficiently protected from errors that could occur from the exit of control or exit of data. The minute control or data leaves your system, you want to make sure you are encapsulated with a try-catch. Always, every single time, without excuse, most definitely, 100% of the time, you want to make sure you are encapsulated with a try-catch. Now, we have taken a look at how to create, how to
how to delete. So we are going to take a look at the modalities that exist outside of the realm of just creating data, working with databases. We're going to go deep into the realm, not just of creating a database, nope, but more of architecting systems. So you can see the application being built in front of you, most likely. The question to ask is, what does it take to build a system that is performant? What does it take to build a system that is performant? Imagine someone told you to describe a system that is performant. What would your description of that system be? Someone said, hey, come describe a performance system. What would your description of that system, what would it be? Someone already mentioned something close, but what would your description of a performance system be? Not all at once. So let's imagine someone called you and said, hey, I want you to come and architect a system for one of the largest shipping companies in Africa. Or I want you to come architect a system for one of the largest oil companies in West Africa. What would you be thinking the technology for that company would entail? What are the things that a performance system will have? I can tell you some of them for free. So if someone came and told you, hey, I'm thinking of building a performance system, what is your advice? What would you say? A performance system, in your mind, if they said you should build a system that is massive and performs very well, what are the things that would be a part of that system? Many times when you go to conversations that exist around technology companies, you will hear the same things being said over and over and over. Oh, we use databases. Oh, we use this. Oh, we use that. Yes, we use Kafka. We use RabbitMQ. We use a message-oriented middleware. We use this. We use that. And there's all of these conversations. But one of the things that I hope that you can cultivate is not just to listen, but to start asking yourself the question in any of these conversations, what does it take? What does it take for me to be able to build something like XYZ, build something like this, solve this problem? Right? What is involved in building an enterprise system? Imagine someone called you now and said, hey, I heard you took a programming class. Come and tell me all about building an enterprise system for me. We need an enterprise system. What would you say are the requirements for building such an enterprise system? No one? Nobody? Who understands what a message-oriented middleware is? Or what PubSub? So, many times, particularly in the world today, we have a lot of data is being generated, okay? There is an explosion of data. I'm sure you might have heard of this before, but there's an explosion of data. Because there's an explosion of data, we need unconventional ways of combating the data, overwhelming mass amounts of data than we used to before. Now, when you take a look at the systems that are being built now and the systems that were built many years ago, the systems that are being built now have a need to consume massive amounts of data. So a performance system is a system that can consume massive amounts of data or generate massive amounts of data without grinding to a halt. Now, a performance system can also be a very expensive system. Very, very expensive. But ideally, any system that consumes and or generates massive amounts of data is one such system. Now, why am I saying this? Why is it important that we talk about these kinds of systems? Why is it important that you know what these systems are? Because chances are, if you want to have any decent interview with any decent engineer, they're going to want to talk shop. They're going to want to talk engineering. They're going to want to talk some of the things that only obsessing about building high-powered systems, like feeding yourself with, okay, how can I do this? Being extremely hungry, only that will be able to elevate you above your peers. There are many people that are listening in on this class. Some people have learned a lot more than others. But anything is clear, you have to absolutely, completely, totally want to know and grok technology. You have to, it has to be like, It has to be something you enjoy. Okay? It has to be something you enjoy. So we are going to talk about some high performance systems. We're going to talk about what it takes. We're going to talk about distributed systems. We're going to talk about some things like this so you can get an idea into what people are talking about when they talk about, oh yeah, we're a scale up, we're a startup, we're doing this, we're doing that. Okay? Now, starting from the bottom, every single system that is performing today was scrapped yesterday. Every single one of them. So, there is no need to be hard on yourself that you might not know what the greatest technologies are right now. I think the most important would be for you to not desire to know. Not that you don't know, that you don't desire. You don't desire. So, if you want to build a performant anything, you need to start thinking about your database. And you need to start thinking about it very, very quickly. What database am I going to use? If someone walked up to you right now and told you, hey, I want to build XYZ, just focus on the data. Tell them, okay, what data will you be storing? How would you be retrieving that data? Always focus on the data. Don't focus on the user interface. That can change 5 billion times in 1 year. Focus on the data. Once you're able to focus on the data, you're able to focus on where the data would live, and you're able to also plan accordingly. Now, many of the systems, from Twitter to AWS, you hear so many things such as microservices. Who knows what a microservice is? Who can explain what a microservice is? Not all at once? Nobody knows what a microservice is? I find that hard to believe. Nobody has heard what a microservice is? That is weird. It's a small part of an application with a specific function. That's good, that's good, that's good. Very, very good. Anybody else? Anybody else? Sometimes the microservice itself is an app. About this, let's talk shop. So, the whole craze around microservices, and then there are nanoservices. So let's talk shop for a little bit, okay? Because it's not just enough that we write Python code. We need to be able to have conversations around AWS. We need to be able to have conversations around hosting, around IP addresses, and things like this. Okay, so if in today's world you want to build an application, there are numerous ways to go about it that you don't spend a lot of money. But when you are an organization and you have lots of concerns, it's usually easier for you to find a few people in your company, give them a mission, give them a vision, and watch them work magic, okay? And then as a result of it, you see more and more people start working magic in their small units. A microservice is kind of the same. Okay? You have a massive, sometimes an enterprise application, but you want to cater to a small subset of your customers. You can go the path of microservices. Okay? You can go the path of microservices. Now, a microservice, like you said, is an application that has a clear responsibility. That has a clear responsibility. I did not say the only responsibility, but that has a clear responsibility. So, if you want to build an application today, you need to know about microservices, you need to know about databases, you need to know about message-oriented middlewares, you need to know about DNS, you need to know about hosting, you need to know about, like there's a lot that you need to know about. You need to know about deployment, you need to know about testing, like there's a lot of data. There is so much that you need to know about. So let's cover some topics. Let's cover like real quick, okay? The first one is databases. You need to be able to speak about databases. You need to be able to say, understand what it means when someone says, this is a shared everything database versus this is a shared nothing database, particularly when they're speaking about microservices. Okay? So if you have an application, and that or you have a couple of applications, okay? Okay? You have a shared database platform. If you have an application or a group of applications, and every application has its own database, you have a shared nothing platform, okay? You have a shared nothing platform. Now, if you think about it, yes, Abigail, a microservice is a small, independent, and self-contained unit of software that performs a specific function or service within a larger application. Yes, 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 yes. It has a clear function, but sometimes it is not independent. As a matter of fact, I have never seen a microservice that is independent. Never, not once. Don't get me wrong, if another application should crash, your microservice won't burn, but your microservice by itself, not reading data from anyone, not sending data to anyone, I've never seen it. Never. Okay? So there are lots of things that you need to be very, very conversant with. Number one, when we say something is shared nothing, it means that the microservice has its own database, it controls everything. Microservice B has its own database, it controls everything. Microservice C has its own database, it controls everything, and so for D. A shared everything means all the microservices, they can be in different languages, but they are using the same database. Now, there are pros and there are cons to each. What I would like to know is, think about it for 1 minute. Why would you choose a shared nothing ecosystem if you had a bunch of microservices where you want every microservice to have, like, why would you choose it versus why would you choose a shared everything? What would be the motivating factors for you in a shared nothing versus a shared everything? One minute is up. Why would you choose a shared nothing? Okay? That could be a valid opinion. Why would you say so? Make you think that a shared nothing might be more scalable? I'm actually quite curious to know your thoughts. Okay, but someone can argue that I can add more processing nodes. Now, there are different arguments that you can use, okay? One of the arguments you can use is in a shared nothing service, I can choose the perfect tool for the job. Instead of me fighting to be included, I can choose the right tool for the job. That is one argument you can use. There are numerous arguments you can use across the different divides. You can say that a shared nothing approach offers more data security because I can secure my data and I don't have to worry about someone misconfiguring something. Okay? And you can also argue in the opposite direction as well. Now, the reason why we're having this lesson is I want each and every one of you to start thinking. I want you to start thinking holistically and forming your own opinions. Form your own opinions around technologies, form your own opinions around programming languages, form your own opinions around everything. Okay? That you form your own opinions around everything. Now, one of the things that I wanted to touch on was the concept of enterprise systems, why are they called enterprise systems? We talked about it earlier. It's because they consume large amounts of data. They consume humongous amounts of data and they produce humongous amounts of data. So the size of an application is determined by the amount of data that the application produces. The size of an application by the amount of data it produces and consumes. Okay? Now, I don't mean you have a system that is buggy, and then as a result of its buggy nature, it is spamming your database with data non-stop. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about systems that in the normal operation of these systems, they process massive amounts of data in their normal operation, and they produce massive amounts of data. Okay? Now, these are the systems that I'm talking about. Now, a challenge that these systems usually has is the recency of data and the loss of insight. Okay? The recency of data and the loss of insight. So, even if you left this training session in the role of technology and being familiar with JavaScript and HTML and Python, if you are able to sit down and analyze any enterprise setup or sit down and have a conversation with anyone in any technology capacity, you will be able to make a living by identifying problems and preferring solutions. And it will be shocking that you'll do that even without having many years of experience. Okay? You might think that there are a lot of people that are tech people, but it's not as much as you think. As a matter of fact, there is a paucity of engineers. There are lots of people that have computers, but there's a paucity of good engineers. And what makes a good engineer is someone that is able to sit down and pour themselves into their craft. Sit down and pour themselves into their craft. So, the best way to do that, take a technology like Kafka, RabbitMQ, or whatever, and put yourself into it. So I'm going to challenge you in that regard. When you're thinking about building such systems, you need to understand such concepts as publisher, subscriber, streaming replication, the AMQP protocol, and replication for database systems, geographic storage systems, alternative data storage systems. There are so many things that I wish we could talk about, but there's not enough time. So I'm just going to touch on the periphery of all of them, and hopefully the teachings and the things that I'm saying will excite you enough for you to go and dive deep. Okay? There is so much that you can do, even in just a small field of technology. There's a lot that you can do, even in just a small field. So if we're talking about enterprise systems, the first thing you need to know, one, produces large amounts of data in its normal operation, consumes large amounts of data in its normal operation. And some of the problems that they face are recency of data and lost insight. Okay, recency of data and lost insight. Another challenge that they face, particularly if you're talking about building any system, let's imagine you take a product like Facebook right now, okay? Or even a product like the whole Amazon website. The Amazon website and many such websites evolved from being a monolith. New word alert, monolith. Don't let it scare you. Monoliths are not necessarily a bad thing. Monoliths are the opposite of microservices, and that's why we started this whole conversation in the first place. I was trying to get here to monoliths and how some systems are large, massive monoliths, while some have, over the years, gradually evolved into being something else. But many of these systems are no longer monoliths. They started out as monoliths, but they're no longer monoliths. So you find out that due to the sheer amount of customers Amazon has, they might need an application that does only sending of notifications. So they'll call it their notifications app, okay? They call it their notifications app. But the notifications app shouldn't have information about customers, okay? It can have information about their emails, but it doesn't care about the customer details in the way that a CRM would care about customer details. So how do you reconcile the different data needs for the different applications? You usually need a middleman, and the middleman in many cases is going to be Kafka, RabbitMQ, Google PubSub, Amazon's SQS and SNS. Like, these are things that you need to know. These are things that you absolutely need to know. The premise behind them is application A has some data, application B does not have that data, application C does something, application D gets to know and can copy its own piece. Like, it's basically like baton passing, where data sits in many places, but as it changes, different applications can respond to the changes in that data according to their needs. I hope what I am saying makes sense. I hope I haven't lost you. Okay, so Anyone? No one? You usually start by looking at the data. Always start by looking at the data. The data would not lie. The data would not lie. The data would not lie. Usually you're going to find data that moves well together. If you've visited any organization, let's say you visited a large shipping organization today, you'll realize that the data about invoices and financial, like it moves and it flows together, okay? The data around shipments and orders, they move and they flow together. So just looking at the data and analyzing the data will give you an overview of how to go approach tackling whatever problem lies before you, no matter how big it is, okay? So always take a look at the data. It will tell you how to go about architecting a system, because that's the whole topic of what we're trying to do now. How do you go about architecting a system? What is a large system? What is your understanding of a large system? What makes a large system a large system? How would you build such a system? How would you break down such a system? Okay, it's supposed to be interactive. It's fine to say, hey, I don't know. It's fine to come up with ideas. There is no right and or wrong way, okay? There are ways that engineers have tried and collectively said this might not be the best, but it doesn't mean that it wouldn't work in every circumstance. There are circumstances where that might work. So we talked about RabbitMQ, we talked about PubSub, we talked about Amazon, SQS, SNS, okay? We talked about Kafka. There's also NATS. There's also Amebo. There are a couple of them out there, and you can take a look and play around with one of them. Play around with a message-oriented middleware. Play around with a message-oriented middleware. Play around with a message-oriented middleware. It will help you realize a lot about distributed computing, eventual consistency, and such conversations. Okay, so having said that, we can now take a look at our data and breeze through, specifically because if you take a look at this, at the way that we organized the data in the application here, you realize something almost immediately. We have companies, and all the company data is in one place, and that is why I was asking about the question, how would you break down the application? How would you break down the application? Because if you can think about it, when you take the application to go through, you will be able to grok, you will be able to understand, you will be able to fathom intuitively why things are where they are, and even guess where things should be. For you to be able to do this, you need to have a mind that is geared towards big systems engineering, that curiosity for technology. It absolutely needs to be there. It absolutely needs to be there. So please, if you want to get, you can ask me for a link if you have a GitHub page, okay? Share your GitHub page. I am more than happy to share the artifacts that I have with you, some projects that I have with you, and walk through how they are structured together so that you start getting a grasp and a feel as an engineer for these kinds of things. So that the minute you enter into any environment, you're able to, your problematic engineering mind is able to start kicking, okay? So, if you take a look at this, it is evident from the conversation we've been having that many of the things around companies are in one place. All of the things around companies are in one place. They're not in two places in my computer, or 4 places on GitHub. where the main repository that I cloned from is, they're in one place. So if you want to work on companies, you know you're going to go to one place to work on companies. If you want to work on individuals, you know where you're going to go to work on individuals, and so on and so forth. Okay? This is your code and folder structuring. It's super important. It's very, very important. It's extremely important because it's going to guide your and the places and the things you'll be able to accomplish. It's super important, very, very important. Okay, so if we come back to this application, we talked about companies. We also talked about contacts. We talked about companies. We also talked about contacts. Okay, so talking about projects, okay, and using that as the entry, we talked about, even yesterday, the folder structure. We talked about controllers, interceptors, middlewares, public, routes, source, templates, testing, detail. We talked about all these other ones as well. So we basically covered the structure and the organization for our project layout, okay? The organization and the structure for our project layout. So if I want to add a behavior, or I want to add a function to handle, I want to add a function to handle scales, for instance, to handle scales and to make sure that the scales are processed and sent back to the browser. Where would I go and put my function, in what file, and how would I go about it? What do you think would be in the utils folder? Or what will be in the tests folder? Or what will be in the interceptors? What should be in controllers? We're not just learning coding, we're learning coding and technology and folder arrangement, technology evangelism, scouting, finding out about new tools. Anyone? No one? Anyone? What would be in the test? Let me ask a simple one. What would be in the tests folder? What will be in the test folder?
What would I put in the controllers folder? What about templates? Who knows what is in the templates? Are we following? Is it that we don't know, or what exactly is going on? Hello? It looks like we're super tired, so I'm going to give a couple of minutes break in a few minutes. I see lots of thumbs up. Okay. In that time, please write in the chat what you think should be in the different folders, because these are the little things that help. These are the little things that help. What should be in the utils folder? What should be in tests? What should be in template? What should be in source? What should be in route? What about middleware? What about interceptors? What do controllers do? Well, before we go on the break, I'm going to make sure that I cover again, because it appears that we don't know what the different folders are for. So the interceptors are, this is where you put anything that interceptor requests before it gets to your handlers. The middlewares are where you put the items or the code that your application interacts with before it starts processing requests. Okay? Public is where you put the CSS images, whatnot. Routes is where you define all the routes that you want your website to have. Templates is where you put your HTML files. Source is throwback from an error where you have source code in source. We talked about git ignore as well. We talked about the functionality. We talked about what about the .http file? This should be something that we understand fairly well. We've used it extensively over the past couple of hours. What is that file about? What about the settings.json? What are we putting in the settings.json? How would this application grow if it became bigger? How would you break it down if you had to break it down? These are the things that you should be thinking about, and this is the conversation we've been having for almost 20, 30 minutes. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look real quick. We have the app, we have campaigns, we have companies. Inside here you can see all the functions. We have contacts, and then from here we can also say from
So we've been working in the company's file for quite a while. We've done so many things in the company's file. We've inserted, we've deleted. Async def. Are we going to use replace one for contacts? Replace one for contacts? I doubt we will. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to add some more code, do some more explanations, write some more until we finish the backend API, then we'll jump into the front-end API and see what we can achieve. See you all in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure always talking and exchanging knowledge with you. Talk soon.
Strong. Let me bring rice for you to eat. Hi, David, you Popo. God is your strength.
What is our strength?
Good, Shaga. Wait, don't you? Why is smiling? Can I give you water to drink? We brought this thing. It's not even cold water, sir. It's warm water. The most important thing is you should bring your food now, you eat now first. Before anything. Vamiga.
What food?
It's rice and stew, plantain, goat meat. Let me bring it. Let me bring small. Then I'll put towel inside water and just for your head.
Are we streaming on Facebook? Plenty people I know came from Facebook. Eh? Especially? So why don't they run it? Why don't they run it?
Why?
Why don't they run it?
Yeah, we're looking to it. Can you fix that? Just
They finished already, they are packing it. The way time goes fast. And if you ask someone that is not pressing, will be sleep. Definitely. Can you eat this while you are teaching? So that I can cover it and keep up there. Then while you sleep for that 20 minutes.
Is it written?
If you can eat while you're teaching, let me cover it and keep for you.
I thought I saw Bush Boy Kings.
Since you clocked in, there's only 1 6 minutes break you took back. So you had clocked in at 30, clocked out at 30, took 30 minutes break, at 31 hours, took 30 minutes break, you clocked in. You did, 30 minutes has gone to waste because of that road now. It's 1 hour continuous activity. So you did. No, it's going to count your record attempt, but it's not going to count you for the rest. So from there you did 31, 30 to 35, so 32, 30, 33, 30, 34, 30, that's about 15 minutes, and you clock out at 26 minutes. 5 minutes and some seconds, so I approximated is 6 minutes. So 15 minus 6, you have 9 plus the hours you did now. So you clocked in 40 something. So 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 5 minutes. 5 times 5, 25. 25 plus 9, you have 34. You're supposed to resume by before 40, before the 40th minute. But I don't want to cut it close like that. So let's say 30 minutes. Really? What is your strength?
Good, let me turn up.
first.
So you peace within this time. Try to take shot now. Cool. If I go ahead, if I go.
Hmm?
Say if I go.
Can I get the TV? Let's go and pull.
I'm going to bring one water and towel. There you go.
Try. My legs are paining me.
For TikTok, Instagram, that is the most I want to see.
on? Can you hear me? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, let's get started. What we're doing now, so we are creating the, so what we're doing now is we're going to protect all these routes, okay? To protect all the routes, we are going to need to import the private higher order function that we defined. I had already explained what this higher order function does, and how I also explained the schema. I also explained the JSON 8, and there were a couple of beautiful questions around it. So let's move on. To protect, we're going to say at private. Remember, at private. At private. So, are there any questions so far on what I've done? Anyone wants to understand what's going on? Or we're all clear from the explanations from before we went on break? Are we also all on break, or do we have some people Okay, I see some thumbs up in the room. Okay, more thumbs up, that's good. Now, because we are going to create something, we need to have the expects. And then another thing that we have to do, remember, is to add the JSON 8.
Okay, so we have the private and we have the gestionate. Now we're good. So remember, we talked about creating an interceptor so we can go ahead and create the higher order function we talked about earlier. Okay, so we're talking about creating an operations higher order function earlier, and the reason why you would want to create an operations higher order function would be because for some reason if we want to get or we changed the value of, because when you take a look at the operation, we say from operation import operation. So then here we say up is equals to operation So what are we doing here? We want to create an operations wrapper, and operations wrapper is to go around whatever any other handler that we want to have, any other handler that is going to use the operations instance. This is called dependency injection, okay? So instead of initializing operator and all the functions where it is used, we initialize the operator in one place, and then wherever it is needed, it is injected. Not in a singleton pattern, but more so that whenever it is needed, a new operator is initialized just in that context. Okay, so here we're going to say for table in tables, we're going to say so we have the if it's coroutine function. Okay. Operations. Okay, so here we have a higher level, higher order function called operations, and the idea behind this is we can okay. And here we're going to put at operations contacts.
So we have all the items that we would need to create the contact here. I have been ruminating over what else we would need, and I think this is all. If anyone else thinks there's something here that we will need to manage contacts. If none, I can go and start explaining what they're all going to do. So the create one will be multiplexed to the post. Contacts will be multiplexed. Okay, so we have here the get all contact, get one contact. Okay. So here we're going to go and say at operations.
Okay, so taking a look at the content of the contact SQL file and the contact table, it's obvious that we need to change the data that we have in the schema for the create one method in the contact controller. Remember, before we went on the break, we were talking about the contract controller. And so, before we went on break, we were talking about the controllers and how they fit into the overall arrangement strategy for a project. So, taking a look at the data contained in the table, we need to replace this and set the format as an email, which okay, so we're going to use the contact ID, and we're going to set the contact ID is equals to request.rams.get ID. Contact ID, and then we go ahead and we say okay, so we have the HTTP status,
And now that we have the HTTP status, we're able to use it across all our different methods. Here to specify so to get one, there are a couple of ways that we can go about it. To get one, the first way to go about it would be to say context now context to context up is select where ID is equals to the classifier, so get ID.none. We have to await this. So here we're going to say, all right, okay, so now okay, so if you have a question, please ask. I am priming the different files so we can use for examples. If you have a question, don't shy away. Please ask, I'm going to answer. Because right now, for instance, you will see that I am importing, it's like grunt work from Heaven, import request response context. I'm going to import the necessary interceptors, like basically grunt work. I'm going to put all this grunt work, and then when I'm done with the grunt work, then we'll start a short tutorial on it, and then we'll move to the next one and rinse and repeat up until we are settled. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and press tab here. Okay. Then
Okay? Okay, so here we're going to say that, let's do it one at a time. So we want to create a campaign. We have, for campaigns, we have the name, the text, which is a primary key. So let's copy that. Let's paste it in let's paste it all the way here, and then let's replace one by one. So here we have the name. The type of this is text. The description Okay, so now we have the campaign, and for the campaign, we have the name of the campaign, we have the description of the campaign, we have the cost of the campaign, the start date and the end date. We also need to make sure that we have operations. So we're going to come here and say at operations, and we're going to go ahead and say campaigns. So from here, we're going to go okay. Okay, so we have here the campaign to create one. So what we can do here is we can say okay, so we have here all the data we need to create a campaign. All the data we need to create a campaign. So we're going to go ahead and so we're going to go like this. What is missing here? If you said it's a try catch, you're correct. And then we're going to say gonna say HTTP, say this. Etc. How is it? Too long.
So you should throw away it as a yeah.
Hmm? Okay. So, when we take a look at the main file, we see that we have route companies up. We also need to add routes campaigns up. Okay, so taking a look at the different routes that exist. We have an error in our application, so we have to fix it. Okay. Caleb. 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 I'm trying to troubleshoot the error that has been. Name, type string. Do I have any time? Usha? Usha? Usha Humra? Do I have any time? So tired. Eh?
Go back to 8 minutes. You can go back to 34. I thought we do 4 hours.
So we're going to do a little refresher. We're going to take a look at HTML again, and CSS, and then JavaScript, and then enter into Python. I think that would keep the creative juices flowing. Super excited to have been here with you all for over 41 hours. Now let's take a look at some HTML, shall we? Now the HTML exists in the template folders. It exists in the template folders. However, we also have so if you're using VS Code and you type doc, it's going to give you a full-blown HTML page, remember? And HTML is all about tags. It's all about tags, elements. Every element has an opening and a closing tag. Every element has an opening and a closing tag. Now, much of what you're going to do in your HTML is going to be in your body. The things you're going to create, the paragraphs, the buttons, the input, everything is going to be in your body. However, there is metadata that's going to happen, that's going to live and exist in your head tag. There's metadata that's going to exist in your head tag. Now, the head, like we mentioned earlier, mostly contains metadata. Big word alert, metadata. We had touched this early on in the lesson. We talked about how metadata is data about data. Metadata is data about data. So whenever you're creating a web page, in the head tag is where you're going to have your metadata. Things like and if you even take a look at this, you'll see you have the meta car set is equals to UTF-8, and quick hint will tell you that it's talking about the encoding. And then you have the viewport that tells you the content weight, the device weight, and the initial scale, which basically customizes your viewport. And then you have the title. The title is what appears in the title bar up above your browser page. And in the body is where you have the tags that you're going to create your web page with. Now, there are different types. You have the display, and then you have the inline. You have the display, and then you have the inline. The block and the inline. You have the block, and you have the inline. Now, the block take up the whole width of the page, whilst the inline take up just the space that they need. Now, HTML is mostly used for the structure and the form of a page, not for the design of the page. It is used for the form and the structure of the page, not for the design of the page. So if you were keen on the look and feel, then HTML is not your jam. Then your jam is CSS. So, while we take a look here at so let's open the skills tab and see.
Okay. Hello, hello. Okay.
Welcome to the latter part of our lesson. Okay. So, we're talking about the HTML document and how the doc type tells you about the version of HTML that you're going to be using. We're just doing a quick recap. And the HTML tag itself is apparent on the root element of the entire page. So whenever you visit a web browser, whenever you take a web browser and you visit a website, what actually happens behind the scenes is the computer, much like your phone, goes to the phone book of the internet called the DNS, the domain name server, and gets the phone number of google.com or facebook.com or whatever it is you're trying to visit. Now, when it gets that number or that IP address, it goes and it fetches, it calls the server, and the server responds with a web page. The server responds with a web page. Now, that web page is rendered by your browser, and the web page is usually a bundle of joy. It comes with a couple of niceties, some CSS files, some images, so you are able to view and visualize. So your browser is basically just a glorified document viewer. That's all it is really. It's a glorified document viewer. It allows you to view HTML files. Sometimes it allows you to even view PDF files. So if you want to be a programmer that dabbles mostly in HTML, it's pretty straightforward. You can build very, very beautiful websites without using the JavaScript. And you can build very advanced websites if you do use JavaScript. When we take a look at the body, there are a couple of nuanced elements that you can find in the body, like there's the nav, which basically helps you with navigation. Before the nav, it used to always be the div. Everything you wanted to do had to do with the div. The div for divider, the div for grouping, the div for holding content, the div for everything. But over time, as HTML evolved, more and more elements came on the scene, and now we have elements that are specialists for doing specific things. In HTML5, there is the presence of video, audio, and a couple of very nice canvas, and a couple of very nice elements that allow you to really build amazing websites. Now, when we take a look at HTML, Now, when you visit a website, there are a couple of things that you can also do outside of viewing. And the web browser gives you a couple of very nice tools that you can use as an engineer to profile, to fine tune, to deliver amazing experiences to your target audience. So if you were to right click and the website has not disabled the action of right clicking, then you will be able to view the inspector, which helps you inspect the elements that exist on the page. Now, away from the inspector, you have the console, which is a way to run JavaScript. You have a debugger. So there are a couple of tools that you get when you visit your web browser, and these tools help you to curate and deliver amazing experiences should you decide to build very, very extensive websites. Now, irrespective of the browser that you use, Chrome, Firefox, or Chrome, they all contain a flavor of these tools. These tools include, but are not limited to, the inspector, which allows you to inspect the elements that are on a web page, view the orientation and how they are structured and how they are laid. And then you have the console, which is like the execution engine, where you can type in code and have the read evaluate take full effect on the console. Then you have the debugger, and the debugger allows you to fine-tune and explore different environments and the context of programming JavaScript in the browser. And then there is the network tab that helps in profiling how good your network is, the assets that have been loaded, the assets to be loaded, the timelines it took to load these assets. If you're interested in that, in these kinds of metrics, then there is the style editor that helps with the editing of styles, the performance tab that helps with recording and fine-tuning performance. There's a memory tab which helps to take a snapshot and to basically profile memory consumption. So there are a couple of power tools in the browser that enable you to deliver a wholesome experience should you decide to build websites. Now, some of these tools require an active connection to be ongoing, like the network profiler. If you were to visit the network profiler after it has been initialized, it will appear to be a tool that is not as useful, but it is quite powerful in the hands of a specialist. Now, away from the browser and its glorified document viewing capabilities, we're going to have an integrated development environment. Now, in my case, I chose VS Code. In my case, I chose VS Code for its simplicity, versatility, and tons of plugins. Now, everything on your computer is a file or a folder. Everything on your computer is a file or a folder. So files are very, 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 very important, because even when your web browser is sending information to a web page, it uses a file. Every interchange format works with files. Usha? Usha? I don't have any time at all. I don't have any time at all. Baba. Ooh. So, away from HTML, there are a couple of other things that make up web development. Familiarity with the terminal, knowledge of web tools. Saying 400 bad requests. Let's take a look and see, so we can go back to writing code and explaining as a mode of teaching. So let's say we send this
excess content. When will I get in? Huh? Was it 2:36? Okay, so, and I don't think I was recording this video. Okay, so we have here campaign. We want to create one, and we have the async dot create one, which is going to help us create an object and save it in the database. So when we go ahead and submit this request, it says 400 back request. So let's take a look and see.
So let's try again and see. Ordinary. So when we try to save, it gives us an unprocessable entity. So we're going to take a look at the JSON schema to see how we can get the right data type. Huh. That is valid date. Let's fix it. Says unprocessable entity when we tried it. And then I see we input the ending. What happened? I apologize. 1 minute we were here and the next minute it switched. I think Google might be having issues. Let me go ahead and share my screen again. Okay, so I have been troubleshooting this request, trying to get it to work. My brain is fried, otherwise I would have gotten it to work much, much sooner. But it's all in the process of learning. So we have this data here, and telling us invalid. String has no. Okay, let's try and see if we take out the data type from out of date. Name type string, description type string, cost type number. Something is not. This math, yes, something is off. When we send, it says found the bad request, and when we check, it says 2018 11/13. Name, go get description, company ID, cost, start date, end date. we're going to go company ID type number, name type string, description type string, cost type number. Company ID. Name. So So if we have the end date as it's not working. Maybe it's just a deleted thing to be honest. Is there a problem? I see, Kai. What? Who? Who's speaking? I can't hear myself. I can't hear my... I can hear my... No, I can't. I can't. What?
He's speaking much more background noise than your voice. I don't know that is a voice that's very low.
So you want me to be talking loud? You want me to be talking loud?
Yes.
I don't tell you. This is what I'm talking. This is how I can be talking. This is how. Okay, it's okay like this.
Yes, if you can continue that way.
I will tell you pick up with you so. Man. I don't fight with something since for the past. I don't fight with something for the past almost 30 minutes. I am not audible. I was fighting with a bug, and I didn't realize it was in the code and not in the HTTP transport layer. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. The worst time to be fighting with a bug is when you're very, very tired. You would most likely not see it. Even the simplest of things would skip you by. Your brain would be shut down, and it will take the special grace of God for you to even realize why something is not working. For instance, for the past almost 1 hour, I have been looking at the same thing, wondering why it has not been working, and it turns out it was because of a data type that was used in the database, and I was looking at it in the Python code. So I will use that as a teaching opportunity, and I hope you all learn from it. So what is happening is that here we have the start date and the end date, and for some reason, because of the data type that has been used, which is a type string, and the type that is also coming from the transport layer, this has been giving me issues all along, and I was troubleshooting and trying to fix this one. And I was almost at my wit's end. I just kept looking at it, and I was like, what's going on? But anyways, anywho's, this is what we're going to do. We can simply change the string to a date, and we should be good. Simply change the string to a date, and we should be good. So I have to go back and undo everything I did in a bit to fix a bug that was not a bug. What's that? Okay, so let's go and put it in .http, and here let's see. Okay, that's fine. Campaign create one, that's fine. Routes, close this page. Main page, move it all the way to the left. HTTP, move it all the way to the right. Campaigns, company ID is a number, name is a string, description is a string, cost is a number, start date is a string, end date is a string, score is a number. Okay? Name is a string, company ID goes first, it doesn't matter anyways, the other precedence doesn't matter, by the way. Just putting it for correlation's sake. So company ID, name, description, company ID, name, description, the cost, start date, end date, and the score. The cost, start date, end date, and the score. Okay, so now when we try to save this, it's going to fail because of the start date, end date here that is going to try and go into this, and it's going to try and go to the database and then show a stupid error. So, and this is too wide of an exception, and that is why you shouldn't always use exceptions that are too broad or too wide. You want to use an exception that is extremely limited, so that way you are able to catch what you want to catch. So if we said, for instance, key error, we would probably have found this bug a long time ago, because then if I did
send request, what I would see is an async PG exceptions data error, and I'll know it was coming from the database. But because I used a very, very wide exception, I was not able to catch it on time, and I was just looking at it with my head full of tiredness and lethargy for almost an hour plus. I just kept looking at it like it didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. But yeah, that's why we were talking earlier, and I was saying you have to be absolutely dedicated to it. So I don't think I would have been able to, like, at some point I was thinking maybe just leave this alone and go to some other part of the application and work on it, but I just couldn't let it be because I knew that that was like something was off. Something was off. So here we have so we're going to try and fix the error. Okay, so we're going to go here. So we're going to go with the year, and we're going to go with the day, and then we're going to go with the month and the zone. Should use daytime. So here we're going to go with there's a way to go about it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use the daytime here. So we're going to say from daytime, import daytime, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and make, so we have from daytime import daytime, and we want to import date as well, and then we're going to convert the dates dates. So, um, and then we're going to do the same thing for the end date. Or we just make it. Let's just do this. Okay. So let's go ahead and try again with the HTTP, and everything should be kosher. And there you go. What do you know? Simple as that. Wow. Goodness gracious. Wow. 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 I feel like I lost 5 years of my life. Okay. So, I was trying to optimize the HTTP and JSON schema, forgetting because of how. Let me actually even take a look at the async PG exception. It should be somewhere around here. Async data error. Okay, so I'm going to use just that exception for data error. Where are you? Data error, and we're going to come here and say from async pg dot exceptions import data error. Okay. So there probably might be other exceptions that would happen later, but my brain is fried. Accept the error, and then we're going to go here and say bad request or unprocessable entity, and then we're going to probably just do a catch all here, okay? Exception as ESE, and then here I would say not expectation failed, but more bad requests. Okay, so now we should be good, and we have a campaign. Technically, we should be able to create it again, I think. Now, what is going on? Let's see. Do we have, I think its name is unique, if I remember correctly. So let's do this again, and let's send. And there you go, 201 created. Okay, so name is unique. I can't even remember what database looks like. Okay, so now we just created a campaign, and we can go on to the other methods. So here we have the campaign ID, and we're trying to delete the campaign. To do that, we probably need to create a couple more campaigns so that we have some access. Let's say make Bornu great again because of the flood. Okay, make Bornu great again. And let's send this, and then let's say no uneducated child in Nigeria, and let's create that, and then let's say campaign for a politician, and this is the one we're going to delete, or campaign for political office. Okay. This we are going to delete, or let's put something like build a post office. Yeah. Now send this. So we are creating a couple of these, and something we are not returning any data. We're just returning the 201 created, which is good enough, I guess. It's kind of good enough, but it's not ideal. We need to return maybe some ID to show that it's not just that we created, but the data was also persisted, particularly if the let's take a look at the SQL file. A campaign, okay, it's just the name that's the primary key. We have description text, and none of them is required. That would make for an interesting amount of empty data. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. So if we get all the, let's do a get. Okay, let's implement the get for this. So let's say we want to get, no way. I see how this might be problematic because we didn't give the campaigns an ID. We have to use the name, and the name will be URL encoded, which would be, unless we want to slugify it. That's probably what we should have done. We should have created a slug, lowercase, replace all the non-alphanumeric characters, and make that the ID. Or just generate an ID and use that instead, or like a UUID. Okay? Well, we're going to get all of them. That's what we want to do. And we're going to say authorization. Let's use the token, and that's about it. And if we hit this, it should give us an error. We love errors. It's an opportunity. JSON serializable bytes. That should be pretty easy. Who can guess why? Who can guess why it's giving us an error? Anyone wants to guess? Anyone wants to guess? I'm still not audible. If I'm not audible, please let me know. If I'm still not audible, please let me know. Okay, so I am audible. Merci beaucoup. Arigato gozaimasu. Okay, so we have approximately 5 hours and a few minutes to break the record. That's what's up. Okay, so let us do this. We want to get all the campaigns, and it is showing us an error. This should be easy. Let us take a look at what is, first let's take this out, and you're not going to see when we get the response. Let's leave it. Let's just make it small, okay? So we have get all, I guess that would be the name of that get all. Yes, you have a problem is that we are not returning something when you have I think we're going to do this instead, and let's see what you give to us. Open sesame. Yes, there you go. Hello. Okay, so it was pretty easy for us to fix what was wrong there. So we get all the data back, and what I noticed was we did not give the campaigns a good enough primary key, because the primary key contains spaces, and that is going to make for a nightmare when you're trying to do like
get by ID, particularly via the browser. So we might need to rethink the table. Now, who wants to suggest what we should do to the table? Anyone wants to suggest what we should do to the table? You want us to nuke the table, send it to meet its maker, all the way, since we're using heaven as a framework, send it all the way to heaven, one-way ticket, and then create a table with a new ID. Any recommendation? I see someone is typing in the chat. Let's see what the recommendation is. So, nuke it. Nuke it and create a new table. Okay. Nuke it and create a new table. Nuke it and create a new table. Let's nuke something. Okay, so we want to nuke a table. We are going to open Beekeeper Studio. And then we're going to connect to the local server, and we're going to select the TBHI database. And there you go, for the folks that are online, so you can see. And then let's nuke this, okay? So we say drop table campaigns. Oh, let's move. Auto table campaigns, rename to interventions. So let's go ahead and run this. So that table is gone, and we can create the campaigns table again, create table campaigns, but this time we're going to make it better, make campaigns great again. So to make it better, we're going to need to give it a primary key. And then the primary key is going to be the ID. Primary key generated always as identity. And we don't care where it starts at. It can start at 1. Let's make it start at 100. Start 100. And then let's type all the other things that we had in the old campaign table. SQL. Open up and show me what you got. Show me what you got. Okay, so we have the name. You're no longer the primary key. Don't feel fly with yourself. Please leave this party gaweg. But you will be not null since you're important. Description, yeah. Start date, end date, yeah. Okay, let's leave it as it is. And then let's go ahead and run. Ooh, a problem here, primary. ID, we didn't give you a type, int, okay? So now we can go ahead and create this table. Let's cut, come back, and then let's replace. So we are up to speed. There you go. Okay, so we have a campaigns table that is very, very supportive. And we can go ahead and say the first thing we want to do is create Gobe. But before we create Gobe, we want to also make sure that when we create a campaign, we are returning the ID. So here we say op.insert. We have to say returning and put ID.insert and get the ID. And then when we get here, we want to say result.next. Okay, so let's see what we get when we send the company ID, we put the builder post office in the description and all of that. Let's leave it. If you want to see it, please type in the chat that you want to see it so that we can use it as a point, a teaching reference. Remember, this is Code-A-Thon where we teach programming.
This is not anything that is new. To many of you that are on the call, we've gone through the rounds together. We've asked questions, you've answered questions. You've even given amazing insight on comprehensions and how you understood it or grasped it. So I am super excited about the learning and the amount of knowledge that has been shared. Okay, so moving on, if we come and we say down here that we want to get all campaigns, we should be able to get this with the ID of 100, and that is beautiful, okay? So if we go ahead and we say build a post office again, I think this time it's going to go because I don't think we didn't make name unique, and that was a mistake. So how do you make the name unique? How do you make something unique? So I added unique here, but we can actually go into the campaigns table and alter the table and make it unique. So how do you do that? Anyone wants to Google and share with us in the chat? How do you alter a table and make one column unique? It's pretty straightforward, almost like English. You're going to add constraint, just so that I give you a hint. You're going to add a unique constraint. So if you want to Google, you can say add unique constraint to a column on a table. Alt table, add unique constraint. You can just type Postgres, you will get the results. Anyone wants to answer? Not all at once. Well, alt table, table name, add constraint name, unique. Abigail uses every cookie. Yes, your answer is correct. You alter the table, and then you add a constraint. You give the constraint a name, and then you specify the constraint, and then you specify in columns the things you want to add, you want to do, because you can actually make two columns unique together. Okay, so we have a problem though. If I took this and I ran it, we're going to run into a problem. And the reason we'll run into a problem, who can guess? Taking a look at the screen right now. Who can guess why it will not? Well, if you take a look, you see we have build a post office. Because we already have two items that are conflicting, you cannot add a unique column. Now, let's put our knowledge of Postgres to the test. Alter table, campaigns, add constraint, UQ underscore, campaigns underscore name. Okay? I think that's how Postgres also names it. I'm not quite sure, I can't remember. And then here I'm going to put name. Now, if we run this, could not create unique index this. Why? I'm going to delete 101 and let's go ahead and create this. Delete 101. Okay? And we're going to go and do this. Let's send this request. 401 unauthorized. Yes, we did not put the authorization. So it's going to fail. Let's send it again. Expectation failed. Something is off here. Let's come here and see what's going on. So we want to delete one and we say the expectation failed. Await context campaigns up, delete where ID, campaign ID, run. Let's say except key error, so we get the exact exception that is causing the problem, and let's try this again. Internal server error, exactly what we wanted. And then we have data error, invalid input for query argument. String cannot be interpreted as integer. Yeah, I thought as much. I wanted to say that it's most likely the string is the one causing issues there. But yeah, it is what it is. So we're going to go in and change that string to an integer. Who knows how to change a string to an integer? You can type it in chat. Using quotation. String to integer, not integer string. String to integer, not integer to string. No one? No one, no one, no one. Okay. Who is going to be the superhero and tell us how to change a string to an integer? So if I have an integer called 100, a string called 101, and I want to change it to an integer called 101, what do I do? Hint, hint. It's called casting. Int. Yes, 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 yes. So let's come down here and let's do that. Let's take a look at delete one, and where we say int equals to ID, let's go ahead and say campaign ID. We cast this, we cast it here, and if that doesn't work, then we're just going to say so now it should work as expected, all things being equal. Exactly. Bye-bye 201, 101. So if we click, we see there's only one of it now. Now if we come back here and we do this, voila, our unique worked because there are no conflicting values. It is able to create a unique index on the table. I hope we're learning something as we do this. If you have a table with conflicting data, you have a column that has repeating values, and you want to create a unique index, call it work. So you have to make sure you don't have conflicting values, and then you can create the index. Then you can create the index. Okay, let us move to something more. If you have a question, please raise your hand and then, or type your message in the chat. And otherwise, thank you all for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, so let's continue. We have created a unique index. So now if we try to build a post office, it's not going to work. But we don't want it to say bad request. We want it to say conflict, so that you know that you did something doo-doo. Okay, so let's come here and this is not a necessity. It's just us adding a nicety so that you can learn the HTTP status codes that we've been talking about all this while. We've been talking about HTTP status codes, HTTP status codes. Now we're going to show one of it in action. So when you come here to data error, we're going to, Python might frown, but I'm going to do it anyways. Put all of this on one line. And then I am going to import unique violation error, because I know that is what Postgres is going to say. And then this is another thing that we didn't cover. When you are starting your exception handlers, you want to start from the one with the least level of broadness you start from more specific to least specific, because you don't want the big gun. Imagine it's like you have someone escaping from a prison and you use a nuclear bomb to bomb the individual. And then after the person, if they escape the nuclear bomb, then you use an arrow to shoot the person. The chances are you will never get someone to shoot an arrow, because the nuclear bomb is going to kill everyone, okay? So you always want to put the nuclear bomb last, and you want to put the arrow first. So you start with the more specific exception handler, and then you move to the more broad exception handler. I hope we're following, and I hope it's clear. I'm going to ask this question later. What exception handler should you use first? Should you use a more specific one, or should you use a more general one? If oil did your head, or if you're listening to what we're saying, you will most likely say the more specific one, okay? I hope you say the more specific one, because then it means that this specific explanation, thank you, and thank you. Now I see someone is following. That's good. Okay, so let us go to the, we say here we want to start with except unique violation error, and we return HTTP status conflict. Now if we came back to this place and we said send request, we get conflict. Yay! Now you know you're trying to create a duplicate record, and the TBHI portal is not having it. Okay, so we have the delete, we have the create, okay? We have the delete, we have the create, and we also want to do the get one, okay? Now let's see if we can do the get one without any. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to paste it, and then we're going to add 100. And we're going to send this request, and what do you know? It works. Yeah. So you can't get exactly by ID. Let's see if we get 101, what is going to happen? 404 found, because we don't have any campaign with that ID yet. But we can remedy it by coming here to campaigns and changing this to something that, okay, let's take a look at the select all from interventions. Let's take a look at the good ones. We have, let's do this again, make Borno great again. No uneducated child in Nigeria, that's a good one. No uneducated child in Nigeria. And then we send, and you have 104. So there's 104. So if we say get 104 and we say send request, oh no, we deleted it. No. I wanted to send the get and we sent the delete by mistake. So let's go back and create no uneducated child again. This time it probably will be 105. Yes, there you go, 105. So if we go to get 105, we're not going to click on delete anymore. This is what we did. Then we click send request. We get 105. Yay! No uneducated child in Nigeria. Okay. So we're able to create campaign, delete a campaign. We're also able to get a campaign by its ID. So what else are we supposed to do in this campaigns file? Replace one and update one. To replace one, we're just going to copy the expect, and then we're going to paste it here. So does it make sense for us to change, because when you're creating a campaign, you're creating the campaign with a company in mind. Wait, let's take a look. No, you're not. So why do we have this here? Awake. Awake. Okay. Now let's do additional properties false. We don't want any additional properties. And the same thing when we want to replace one. We don't want any additional properties. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay. So we have, using JSON schema syntax, specify what we want or how we want our API to behave. Okay? How we want our API to behave. Now, when we want to replace, because the name is unique, does it make sense for you to change the name of a campaign, the description of a campaign, the start date of a campaign? Well, what we're going to do here is we're going to say .update, and we're going to remove the returning, and we're going to say where ID is equals to campaign Okay, so what we're doing here is we're updating the entire um, the entire campaign. So for you to put, you must send the entire payload. You can't send just a portion of the payload. Normally, I don't use put. I don't create put endpoints because I think they're a waste of time. I mean, you can just patch, and you can use patch to put. So, yeah, but yeah, this is for educational purposes. So let's go ahead and do it. So we go back here, and then we're going to copy this. So we're going to put and then we're going to say campaigns slash 105. Put says it's a bad request, and I think I know why. I thought much. So what is happening here is we have a typo. Slow head, slow head, slow head. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Okay, so we have a typo. That typo is causing us some issues, but it's not a big deal. Let's come here and then let's say campaigns up. We didn't put the operations and campaigns. So this injects the campaign operation object into the context funny pack, and then we're able to use that and perform some database operations. Okay, so if we come back here and we send this request, it's saying 201 created. That's not what we want to do. We want to say accepted. Okay, we want to say accepted. So come here and say accepted. But before we do that, let's come here and protect our future. You see, so it updated. And if we come here and we say 99.9 and we send this request, it says 202 accepted. And if we come down here and we send the request, we see it's 99.9. So the put is working as it should, and on the We have get all is working as it should. We have put is working as it should. We have update one is not working as it should. So we have await op.update.run. That's not what is going to happen. We don't want that. So we say here where id is equals to int request.params.get id. Okay? We need changes. I woke up in the morning and I asked myself, okay, so we have to get some changes so that we can update just the changes as opposed to updating the entire object. So we need a way to say what is good. Okay, so we have to come here and all of these are optional. But we want a way to say that if this dude is not set, or this gal is not set, then don't send it to the database to be saved, okay? If someone says, I want to change only description, and then you're sending post to the database, you're probably going to overwrite what's in the database. So, who has an idea on the best way to go to get those changes to the database without the changes we don't want to get to the database? Not all at once, not all at once. I know you all want to answer. Don't rush, don't rush. There's time for everyone to answer. I think this energy should not be wasted. So, this is how you show your programming prowess or skill. Programming is not just about knowing how to write code. Programming is about knowing how to solve problems. So you can say, hey, I know that when the browser is sending a request, it might send a couple of requests where the data is, like where a key is not there. Why don't we do this? Something like that. Okay, let's take a look at what's going to happen. So let's see. If we want to patch, what's going to happen is, unlike the put, no mama put, unlike the put, where you have to put everything, with the patch, you only patch what you want, So with patch, you can send just score 99. Isn't that beautiful? Mwah. You don't have to send all that data. You just send the part that changes. Okay? That's why I hate put. That's why I never support put. I don't even go to mama put. I hate put that much. I'm just kidding. So you can send just what you want to send, and that is all that should be updated. Now, the question I want to ask is, if someone should therefore send score as 99 and then send name as empty, what should you do? Will you change name on the server to empty? As long as they provide data content, as long as they provide data content, allow them to do what they want. It's their data anyways, unless the data has been marked as not null, not empty, like you put a min with. If you don't put a min with, then they'll do whatever they want. So what you can do is you can come here to name, and you can say the min length of the name should be 3. Just TV. Now, anytime they send anything that's less than TV, it's going to be rejected. It's going to be rejected. Let me show you what we mean. So if you come here now and you send this, it's going to reject it. Say, no, I can't process it. See what it's saying here? Let's take a look. Data name must be longer than or equal to 3 characters. Okay? So that's the way for you to go ahead and control it. But then if you allow them and you don't control it, and they send some empty data, you allowed it, you save it. Okay? So let's let us take a look at a couple of things that can be done. We have Okay, so let's take a look and see what's going on here. We going to do something with is going to okay. So what we're doing here is we're saying that because we know that if you provide data, the data will be in the form underscore data. Then we're saying as long as you provide data, we're going to save data, okay? But there is something that I want us to take a look at. If you have a function, and the function def func name is equals to 5, age is equals to 10, you is equals to me, and you pass. Now, if you have a dictionary, and the dictionary is name, age, and you, me, you can say a func star star okay. Your dictionary is addict, star star addict, and Python will take name and put it as equals to 5, age and put it equals to this, you and put it as equals to this, okay? It will take us and put it equals to you. It will take 10 and put it equals to this. It will take 3 and put it equals to this, okay? Whenever you have a dict, if you put star star, it's the same thing as writing name is equals to 5, age is equals to 8, you is equals to whatever is in the dict, okay? That's good. So let's come here and say 99.7. That's good. And then if we come here and say get 99.7, that's good. So patch is working as well. How many minutes do I have? I know, but that's 6 or 7 minutes. I know, I said so like that, but no. I've come 2 hours now. 5 minutes plus 5 minutes, at least 10 minutes. Okay, so we have the patch, we have the post, we have the delete, we have the get, we have the everything actually. We have the posts, we have everything. We have everything. So we can go on to the next one, onto the next one, onto the next one. Campaigns, Gaweg. So we have to go to. Let's take a look at. Company. We do individuals. Yes, individuals. Yes, individuals. not? Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to create the for individuals. Oh, my mic is off. How's my mic off? What's going on? Who is muting me? Like who at Google headquarters is muting my mic? They better be careful. Okay, so we're trying to create the complete the same thing for individuals. From operation, import operation, and we have from Thank you. Okay, so we have individuals to do next. And let's do this. We're going to marry what we found in the SQL with what we have here. But before we do that, let's come all the way up here. Copy this constant. Call it individuals.
Okay, so we have everything that we need, I think. To go ahead and create all the artifacts that are required for, like, basically to finish with individuals, the same way we're finished with campaigns and we're finished with the other ones. So we are going to go and first name, last name, phone. Address is available. First name, last name, phone. Address is available, is blacklisted. So we're good. Okay, so what we do have here is we have an opportunity to learn more about Python. So what is going on behind the scenes with all of these things we have here? We talked about private already, expect. Operations not so much, but what it does is it injects the operation, so we don't need to create it in every single handler we go to. And if we wanted to change it, we change it in just one place, and we change it in all the handlers. Okay, so let's do this. We are going to say context dot individuals up.
Okay. We're gonna power through this hour. And go for a 15-minute break because we're running on fumes. Okay. Let's do this. We are going to nuke the password order table, individuals, drop column, password. Okay, so let's come here and okay, so we have okay, so we have how we do? Come. Where DJ this is money? Bad belly people. Bad belly people. Bad belly people. Bad belly people. Car. Bad belly people. Okay, so now we are going to try and create an individual. Will it work? Will it not? We'll find out in a bit. So for the email, we're going to choose Jon Snow at winterfell.com. Let's use Game of Thrones. So first name John, last name Snow, address Night's Watch, Castle Black. Okay, it's available. True is blacklisted. Very true. And then we have the phone. Let's give him plus 9008 or whatever. Okay. Now, if we go ahead and send, not found. Okay. So let's come here to routes campaigns app.call, and then we're going to say routes individuals up. Now, remember, when you say app.call, what actually happens when you give it a string, Heaven behind the scenes takes the string, traverses your directory, finds the necessary function to be called, and then it injects itself into the function. Okay? So for this to actually work, that means in your routes folder, in an individuals file, there must be a function called up. So when we check the routes folder, in the individuals file, we have something called hum. Okay. So we have, oh, I see. This is where we kept that data. Okay, so we're going to make this here app.get, but we need to put the app, and it has to be an app, and that app has to come from Heaven. So from Heaven, import app, and then someone is laughing at Heaven. Okay, so from Heaven, import app, and then if we come to the constants file, we can put the hum somewhere here. Hum. Okay, so we're about to go copy and paste shamelessly. I know you do it. Don't act like you don't do it. I know you do it. Everyone here does it. Everyone does it. Now with ChatGPT, people are copying and pasting like crazy. So we're going to have our culprit. It's going to be campaigns. So when we do that, what we get is okay, so we have Houston, we have liftoff. I don't think we have an individuals files in the controllers folder. So we're going to go into the controllers folder and create it's there. Yeah, okay. So we have a couple of functions here. Are they live? I hope so. Okay, so let's go ahead and try something. Let's go to the HTTP file and let's see if we can create an individual. unprocessable entity. So mean. So mean. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So create one, we have unprocessable entity, data error. I think it's inside the expect, not inside here. So here we're going to say expectation failed. And let's try again and see what give us. Unprocessable entity. Yep, called it. It's inside the JSON schema authorizer. So we have email is Jon Snow at winterfell.gameofthrones. First name is John, last name is Snow. Phone is +900 whatever. Could it be this phone? Nah, I doubt it. The address is Night Watch Castle Black. It's available as true. It's blacklisted as true. Let's take a look at the beautiful, wonderful world of the individual's controllers. It's available, it's blacklisted, required email, first name, phone, email, first name, phone, and then we're going to have to do, okay, let's see what happens. Schema, trailing comma is not allowed. Trailing comma, just that. Okay, so still unprocessable entity. So we have here email, data must contain email. It's available. First name, address, phone is blacklisted, and last name. No, I don't even know that. What are you talking about? Okay. So now there is something fishy with the body of the request we're trying to send. So let's see what's going on. 422 unprocessable entity, command J, schema, exception data must not contain emails available, first name, address. Ooh, I think it's going somewhere else. So base X individuals, let's see where you're going. So when we open the main file and we open the individuals file and we take a look in there, we see controllers, individuals, create one, email, first name, last name, phone, address, it's available, it's blacklisted, required additional properties. Something is amiss. So let's see. Individuals up. Individuals controllers, individuals create one. What is this? I think there are two create ones. I knew it. There are two create ones, ladies and gentlemen. We have a create one down here, and it's a glass. There are two create ones, and the second one is not it. So we're gonna nuke it. Bye bye create one. Okay, so we have one create one now, and everything should be fine. Yay! Okay, so it works. So we have individual creation live. We can move on to the next one, which is to delete an individual. Let's see, what is unique in an individual? Let's check. What is unique in an individual? Email, primary key, first name, phone is unique. So we have to change the phone and we have to change the email. So we're gonna say little finger. What was little fingers spot again? Whatever. Okay, so let's see. And then let's go ahead and create was it white? I think they were white. Oh, it was white, yeah. I think it was white water. Okay, so we have Okay, so let's go ahead and say we want to get okay, so we need to add we need to add an ID to the individual as well. Unless we want to get them by emails or via phone number, because that's unique. Let's do that by phone number. Okay, so okay, so we have here the ability to get a couple of individuals, and we chose to go with a phone number for the lookup method. That is because we can't, the email is not as, the phone number is better. Okay, so now the next item on the agenda will be the next item on the agenda will be the ability to update. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and change the content of the JSON schema because it's wrong, and nothing is required. Additional properties is false. But then if we want to replace it, then everything is required. And I think we should just nuke let's nuke the put method. Is there anyone that has any reason for us to keep the put method? We have demonstrated beyond a reasonable doubt about the
about the put method? What do you think? Yes, Mamodu Emmanuel, what do you think? Should we nuke it? You can type it in the chat. Nuke it, keep it. We're gonna have a vote. If we say let's nuke it, we kill the put method and then we continue with patch method. Okay, by popular demand, we're going to nuke. So let's go ahead and bye-bye put method. Okay, so we have a couple of things that we have to remove, which is the replace one. Bye-bye. Okay, so now we are good. We can update one. I think we can delete one. Nope. Yes, we should be able to delete one. Let's take a look. We fetch all the individuals and then we want to remove Dari Naharis. Because there is no Dari Naharis, we get your phone number. Oh wait, before we do that, let's Command Z and let's Command V and let's change this to a delete. And then let's change this. Okay. Bad requests. What's going on? Okay, so let's see what's going to happen. So what we did here, we removed all the instances where there was an ID, because the ID is one of the unfortunate side effects of copying and pasting. This is what we have done over and over and over and over. I am hoping that as we do more of this, it becomes even more, what's the word to use? Sticky in our memories, okay? If you have a question, don't forget the drill. Please ask. If you have a question, please ask. Okay, so we have here she's gone. That's good. 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 So we're done with the individuals. We're making good progress. We're making good progress. We're making good progress. So, is there any question from the wonderful folk in the chat? We've taken a look at
most of the capabilities of the controller modules. We've taken a look at how you delete from a database. We've taken a look at how you save to a database, how you update one record. We also took a look at how you replace a record. And then we also took a look at the keyword adds, where you like you star a dictionary, and it gets interpolated into key value when you call it in a function. We took a look at that as well. This is in addition to the dictionary comprehension and the list comprehension that we did earlier today, slices and reversing dictionary with a slice. So, are there any questions before we proceed? It's all good? Okay, so everything looks good, then we can continue. Okay, so let's do this then. We have a couple of more things that we can add. We have individuals, we have individual skills, which is many things. So we need to be able to create skills, and we need to be able to create locations, and we need to be able to... Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to have to create the authorization controls now. Now, there are numerous ways to go about authorization. We can use role-based access control, or we can use attribute-based access control. Now, what is role-based access control? Does someone know? Where do I reside? That's a tricky question. You can find me in Germany sometimes, in the Netherlands sometimes, in Nigeria most times. And a physical code academy, yes I do, but you'd have to travel because it looks like you're not in Nigeria. Okay, so what is the difference between attribute-based access control and role-based access control? It's in the name, actually. If you think about it, it's a name. Role-based access control yes. I'm Andy back with the fire. Yep. What about attribute-based access control? What about attribute-based access control? Everyone ran to role-based. That's right. So attribute-based access control uses attributes, okay? For instance, you can say it's a Monday before 12 o'clock, Nobody should be able to do this. It doesn't matter who you are, okay? Like you use the attributes, they're contextual, okay? Now I am going to try and explain this in as succinct a way as possible, and we can do both, okay? But the attribute-based access control is going to be way overkill for what we're going to do now. Merci beaucoup, Daniel. So now what we can actually do is we're going to take a look at role-based and we're going to take a look at attribute-based. And I'm going to give examples, okay? Now, when we talk about role-based access control, please ask questions, ask questions, ask questions, ask questions. I will answer, no matter how long it takes. I will condense it down as much as I can, and hopefully we should be able to learn. Now, role-based access control has to do with your role. Let's imagine you're a manager. As a manager, you have the ability to do X, Y, Z, okay? You can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things because you're a manager, okay? Now, attribute-based access control, you can have more control. So let's put it this way, okay? Imagine that you want to control who can access your office, and you say that the first criteria that you want to take a look at, okay, is the context. Ooh, big word alert, context. What do we mean by context? Okay? What do we mean by context? When we talk about context, let's come somewhere, okay. You have context, okay, or contextual information, okay? You have contractual information, and you have control-based information, okay? And I will explain what all these things are, like the contextual, the contractual, the control. So when you have contextual, okay, let's say someone comes to your application, you're not taking information from them more so than you're taking information from the environment, like what day is it, what IP address did they come with. Like, it's not information about them and from them, it's information that is around, okay? It's contextual, like the day, the time, all this is contextual data, okay? It's data within a given context. So attribute-based access control include contextual data. Role-based just has to do with you as, like, who is the actor or who is the agent or who is the person that is trying to access the system, okay? Attribute, what is contractual, okay? Like, what is the contract that exists between this individual and system, okay? That is 100% role-based. Attribute-based access control more so thinks about contextual information. Other control information is also thrown in the mix as well. And the contractual information is thrown in the mix as well. And yes, I am on GitHub. Mahmoudou, I'm on GitHub. So all of that information is mixed together to give you the attribute-based access control. Okay, so if you want to have authorization, okay, if you want to have authorization where you have control over who can do what based on information that is outside the context of the person or the individual, then you most likely want to go for something more advanced. You want to go like into the C5 territory, okay? Attribute-based access control and whatnot and all of that. So having given all of that, there's something that one of my colleagues, Ali, he was here earlier in the day. I'm not sure if he's still here. He said, and I don't think I pinned it in the chat. Ooh, bad me. Not in me. I should pin it in the chat. Yes. Okay, so authentication, versus authorization, okay? We were having a conversation around what is authentication, what's authorization. So when you go to Facebook or you go to Twitter or you want to sign into your Gmail, okay? What actually happens is you give them your username, your password, your phone number, you identify yourself. The process of identifying yourself is authentication. That is, who am I? And that is how Ali put it, very succinctly put, who am I? That is authentication, okay? Authorization is more so that what am I allowed to do, okay? So when you go to a website, you can be authenticated in that you can log into the website, but you might not be authorized to do some things on that website. Right now we have implemented authentication, okay? We implemented authentication using the cookie and header paradigm. So if you come on a web browser, we prefer cookies. We'll try and read the cookie. If you don't have a cookie, we'll try and get a header. And no matter what you have, you're going to get in, okay? But that only gets you in. And we can take a look at how that works when we go to the security interceptors. Okay, so when we take a look here, secret key is just, it's a constant, okay? When you see something in caps in Python, it's a constant. You don't want it to change. It doesn't mean someone can't change it, because you can declare something in all caps, and one of your hard-headed friends like me will come and say, why did you declare it in all caps and change what you wrote? It's still possible, but when the convention that Python engineers follow is when you see, and I think other programming languages as well, when you see something in all caps, you don't change it. You leave it as it is, okay? So the secret key there is a constant. It's not the actual secret key. Just because we use a secret key a couple of times in a couple of places, I created a constant that holds the value, and then we use that value in a couple of places. So we don't use magic literals all around the place. Big word alert, magic literal, okay? Magic literals are basically values you find scattered across a code base. Now imagine that you have a text or a string value that is called secret key. And you have this scattered across all your, ooh la la, we did something bad here. Okay? And you have this scattered across your entire project. You have like 500 and something files, and you type secret key everywhere. And then for some reason, you have to change the secret key. You have to go to all these 500 files and change it. If you're lucky, you can find all of them. You might make a typo somewhere, and then the program behaves in one way or the other. So magic literal are that like literal values that are scattered all across your code. It's usually bad smell. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please, don't do it. Okay? So we created constants so that we can reuse them in multiple places. Okay? So let's come here and let's take a look at what is going on. So what we have here is request.cookies.get authentication, request.headers.get authorization. Okay? Now, what are we actually doing, by the way? What is this framework we're using to build this application? The name of the framework is called Heaven. What it actually does is quite simple. You say from Heaven import app, you create your app, and then you specify, you say app.get this, and you give it a string. And as long as there is a function, so this is a pages module and an index function, is going to go get that function and execute it whenever this route matches, okay? And then if you go into, let's say we come here, you see that we're doing the same thing. You say controllers, individuals, create one, and we say we want this to match only on the subdomain that is called portal. As long as this exists in your project folder, Heaven will go find it, and then when this route matches, Heaven is going to call this function, okay? Now, this function is just a plain JavaScript function that accepts 3 arguments. The first argument is the request that comes from your browser to your web server, the IP address, the body, the headers, the cookie, yada, yada, yada. All of that is in the request object. It's the first thing that Heaven is going to inject into your function. The second object is the response. This is what you use to send response back to the glorified browser, okay? Glorified document viewer called the browser. The third item is like a fanny pack. Think of it like the fanny pack you wear on your waist. Now, the minute a request comes, Heaven is going to create context, and up until the time the request goes back, that context is going to be alive. So as you jump from function to function, you can put items in the context and get it in other places, okay? The context has just one single API, context.keep, and then you get the value from the context directly with .access notation. Okay, so let's come back here. So here we implemented authentication in that we get the authentication token. We're using JWTs, okay? We're using JSON Web Tokens for this. And then we identify that, yes, we are indeed the ones that authorize you to visit this place, and we know who you are, okay? But we will need to add attribute-based, no, role-based access control so that only specific people or people with specific roles will be able to do specific things. Now, there are a couple of ways we can go about this, okay? In my opinion, and I am opinionated, okay? I think we all are. The easiest way to go about this is to say, you know what? I think we should have called private protected and protected private. Yeah, whatever, okay? So what are we doing now? We want to create a decorator that collects a role, okay? And then based on the user, it checks if you have that role, and if you have the role, it allows you to do something, okay? But why don't we make this more interesting, and why don't we make it a collection of rows instead of just having it as a row, okay? So, no, okay? So what we want to do here is we're saying that, hey, if I want to, let's imagine that I create a new, let's come here to controllers and create this and say we call this skills dot, oh, we have skills.py already. There you go, okay? So from here, I'm going to say from heaven, import heaven, okay? And then I say, no. From heaven, import request, response, and context, okay? Then I say async def. And another thing is that heaven actually doesn't care if you use async or sync. It's going to call it all the same. Like, what if you use an async function, it's going to call it. If you use a sync function, it's going to call it. You get advantages if you use async. And if you know what you're doing, you can also use sync. It's 100% up to you, okay? I prefer async most of the time, so I'm going to use it. So async def, and I want to create one, okay? Now, what we can do here is we can say from interceptors.security, we want to import private, and we want to import protected. And then we're going to say that this route is both a private route and a protected route, and you have to be an admin, and you have to be a super user, or you have to be a manager to be able to access it, okay? So if you have any of those rows, you should be able to access this route, okay? It's a very, very simple, naive way of creating authorization, okay? But it works, and it's a simple system we're creating, so let's not go gung-ho, okay? So we have the contract that we want to accomplish. I'm not quite sure if this fully accomplishes that yet, because this was generated by AI, bad AI, or maybe good AI. Yes, bad AI, because it didn't return the decorator. Bad AI. Okay, so Now, we're going to take a look at this code here and see if AI was able to do a good job. So we say that protected, and we say rows. I doubt it was able to do a good job because it's just going to search for user.get role is not equals to row. We most likely want to say if row is not in rows, okay? So we want to say something probably like this. Row is equals to context dot, or we just say if context dot current user dot row not in rows, and then we return that, okay? So we go like this. Now that is better. However, because I know that the rows will most likely just be three items or 4 items, it is fine for you to say in. Usually, it is better to use a dictionary, okay? Dictionary has constant lookup, so it's better to use a dictionary. But because we're just going to be using it for small use cases, it's fine for us to say row not in row, okay? Now, I don't think we also need to do all this here because we're assuming that for you to get to the protected section, then authentication has already happened. So we can just get the current user from the context of Fanny Pack. So we can go ahead and get rid of all of this. If you don't understand, please raise your hand and I will explain. If you don't understand, please raise your hand and I will explain. And now the Chamber doesn't understand. Okay, so when you have a function, okay, and particularly when you have a function, particularly when it's a decorator, when you apply a decorator to a function, more specifically, I hope you're following another, okay? When you apply a decorator to a function, you have a private, you have a protected, you have a create one. I'm going to show you in a bit what's going to happen behind the scenes. Let me clean my hands and let's type some code, okay? We're going to open a file and we're going to call this play.py, okay? And then inside here, we're going to say def d1, and d1 accept the function, okay? And then we have the wrapper, okay? And then we return f, we return wrapper, and we have a decorator, okay? We have a decorator. Now, we can define another function, d2, okay? And then we have a second decorator, okay? So it's not fun if you don't do something in a decorator. So let's do this. Let's say print I am in decorator 2, okay? And then here we want to print I am in decorator 1. Now, if you come down here and you say at D1, at D2, def play, I am in play, what is going to happen when you call play down here? What is going to happen? What is going to happen? You don't have to guess. We can open the terminal and we can do some magical ninjutsu. And so you have the terminal open and I say Python play.py. You see, I am in decorator 1, I am in decorator 2, I am in play.
let's go back and see what's happening. So here you have def D1, okay? And then in def D1, you define the wrapper, okay? And then you return the wrapper and you said, I am in decorator 1. Fair enough? Makes sense. You define the function that returns a function. You define the function that returns a function. Simple, clear, okay? You define the function on line 3 that returns the function on line 7. You define another function on line 10 that returns a function on line 14. Okay? Now, you take this function you define that returns a function, and then you say you want to use it as a decorator. When you use a function as a decorator, it starts from the top all the way to the bottom. So what's inside here will first be called, then this will be called, then this will be called. So if we wanted to do our authentication and authorization, we would first put our authentication up and we'll put our authorization down. So but by the time we come down into the authorization, the authentication has been called already. And let me show you what we mean. In private, no, close, close. In private, we say cookie and we get authentication. Headers, we get the authorization. We detokenize or untokenize the cookie using my crass way of naming things. And then we keep that cookie or header. So we're saying we want the cookie first. If it exists, if it doesn't, then give us the header, okay? Because in Python land, if I say, okay, if I come somewhere and I say none or A, I will get A. If I say A or none, I'll get A. If I say 2 or none, I'll get 2. If I say 2 or A, I'll get 2. Okay? As long as the first one is true, you'll get the first one. If the first one is false, you'll get the second one. So what is happening here is that I am saying if cookie exists, give me cookie and forget about the header. If cookie does not exist, give me the header. How do I know that one of them is going to exist? Because I said if I don't have a cookie or header, tell them you're not authorized on this line on 26. Make sense? So because I have done all of this, and because I have kept the cookie in my fanny pack, which is the context, okay, context keep, when I get into this function, I know that context is going to have the current user because the authentication is called before the authorization. So I just know there is absolutely no way you will get to me without passing through authentication. Think about it like you have two gates. The first gate gets you into your office. You have an ID card, it gets you into the office, okay? When you get into the office, who you are will either get you into the CEO's office or get you into the boardroom, wherever, okay? So you must pass through the first gate before you get to the second gate. There is absolutely no way you will get to the second gate before passing through the first gate. Is what I'm saying making sense, or am I speaking Chinese? Okay, okay, okay. So, but there is a problem with our, context of current user.role, because when we created the cookie, we did not put the role in the cookie, okay? And we have only 3 rows. Now, the 3 rows that exist, they are, drum roll, you have the individual role. This is a role where you're a volunteer and you're volunteering to work for the big hands, okay? You're a volunteer. The second role, you're a company or a representative of a company. And the third role, you're a TBHS, the big hand staff. There are only 3 roles that exist on this system, okay?
What is the big hands, you ask? I can show you. I can do that. I can show you. So we come here and we say Firefox, and we show the bighands.org. No, sorry. Sorry, big hands, sorry, tbhi.org. Okay? So the big hands, the belief behind the big hands is you don't need to give money to make the world a better place. Okay? That's the belief. So you can donate your time, you can donate your skill. If you're a company, you can donate a couple of bags of cement, or you can donate something else, a few computers to a school somewhere, and then we will go teach children how to use computers or how to program and transfer knowledge, yada, yada, yada. We make the world a better place without asking you to bring money because you are a maybe computer manufacturer. Okay? So let's go back to what we're talking about. There are 3 roles on the application that is being built for the big hands. You are an individual or a big hand, okay? Because you're donating your hands, your time, your skill. You're a company or a big hat because you're donating a service or an offering. You're a TBHS, the big hand staff, okay? So we want only people with the TBHS role to be able to create skills, okay? Only people with the TBHS role should. Now, there is something else that we also have to do. We have to create an ownership token, because otherwise, the minute I log into the system, I can take my token and go create a user for another account. So we need a way to limit, okay, a way to limit the user from accessing items that don't belong to their account. Okay, now there are numerous ways we can go about that. Having said that, let's go ahead . Remember, we talked about just 3 rows, and we said the only one that should be able to create the skill should be the big hand staff. So we're putting just the big hand staff in this here. So if you have the role of the big hand staff, you can go ahead and create a skill. Okay? Now, we are using JSON schema, and we're using JSON schema, and we're trying to make sure, like so, and the JSON schema we're using is pretty fast because of we compile it before Okay, so what are we doing here? We are using the JSON8 to tell our handler that, hey, no matter what you do, I'm going to return JSON to the calling context. Okay? That's what the JSON8 function does. Expect is going to tell you what it expects to see from the browser when the data that is sent comes in. It's a way for you to control the user input, to sanitize the user input that comes in from the browser. Now, just because you sanitize the user input into specific properties doesn't mean you should use the user input directly in your SQL, say to SQL injection attack. And we covered that a while ago, okay? Let's close this, let's close this, let's open this, and let's find skills. We have just the name and the description, which is good. So we have the name,
which is the primary key, and the description, which is optional. So we are going to say description. Okay, so what are we doing here? Well, what we've done here is we've said we expect to see a JSON schema, okay? And the reason it's super fast, and I can show you in a bit, because we were creating records in 2 milliseconds, 3 milliseconds response time, and we were using a JSON schema, and like there was no penalty per se. It's always a penalty, but it was like very, very fast still, okay? So the reason why is because we collect it, and then the minute we collect it, let me show you what we're talking about. So we have expect, okay? It collects a schema, like we talked about, and when it takes the schema, it immediately compiles the schema, okay? You can see it. And then it returns this wrapper, but guess what? This wrapper shamelessly references this guy, so when this wrapper is returned, it is always going with this guy closed inside of it, okay? That is what we call a closure. That is a function references something and takes it wherever it goes, okay? It references something and takes it wherever it goes. That is a closure. One more time for the people in the... I hope we're recording the session. Okay, yes, we are. Okay, so now let's come back to the skills. So what we want to do now, I think it might make sense to either slugify the name so that we can use it for IDs to get skills later, or maybe to introduce an ID, which might be overkill for a skill. Let's take a look at what exists for us to slugify . Yes, I can see raised hands. Well, I'm not about to install a library for slugging, so let's go ahead. Okay, so one of the things that we can do is we can also use a UUID and then save it as a text, so we can, or we can just go into the database and alter the table and add a primary key and start changing stuff, or just nuke the table and all the commensurate Okay. Let's alter table skills and add column ID and make it a text and unique. No. Do any of that. Let's go ahead and okay, let's leave it. Okay, so what are we doing exactly here? Okay, we are adding the primary key to the skills table, and we want it to be generated always, always, always. Okay, always. So we are adding an ID primary key to skills table, and we want it always generated every single time. So we say ID and primary key generated always as identity start at 100,000. Make sense? Is it clear? Okay, here we go. Let's run, and we're good. Let's copy. Let's come back. Let's paste. And let's go ahead and let's go ahead and let's do this. So we are also going to do the add operations. Okay, and then we're going to call this skills. And because I don't think it will be used outside of this place, it's fine for us to keep it here. Okay, and then we have to say from inceptors.connections import operations, and here we're going to say context.skills up. Okay, so this is what we can do. We can say up. Okay, so this is injected automatically because we did this. Okay, so let's go ahead and say up dot inset. Okay, and then we're going to say requested body. Okay, and we're going to say returning ID run. So we're going to say result is equals to await, and then we're going to put this in a try because we know when you use anything that leaves your control, you need to make sure that you're safe. Okay? And again, I know, like this beat us earlier, because when we created an exception and it was too broad, something was going wrong, and then I spent almost 1 hour 45, 1 hour 30 minutes just looking at my screen saying what is going on, just because I put an exception that was too broad. I always say don't put an exception that's too broad. Yeah, but there you go. Okay, so you have async or except unique violation error, I think.
Okay, so we're good to go now, but we need to have a token that has the TBHS role attached to it. And what to do? Let's go to the authenticate. Okay. What have we done here? What we're doing here is we're saying that we want the person that can upgrade, the only person that can upgrade an account should be someone that has already had the TBHS. The only person that can upgrade accounts is someone that has already the TBHS role. Okay. Welcome, KP. I'm super happy to see you. Your number, please. I just sent you a message in the chat. Please send me. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so now what we're saying, the only person that can upgrade you to a TBHS, okay, must already have a TBHS. And then if you take a look at this, we removed the ability to sign up as a TBHS from this registration form. So only an admin can go behind the scenes and then make someone a TBHS, and then that person can make other people TBHS. Okay? So now when we take a look at this here, this is where we realize, like here, this is where this is where we set the role when you're signing in. The authenticate function is where we set the role. As you're signing in, we're setting the role right there. Now, I want you to remember something, for those of you that they're not around. It is important for you to know, this is Sugarland, okay? But it is important for you to know, I'm just joking, J encrypted. Let me say it again for the people in the back. Just because we give you a token doesn't mean that that token is encrypted. Anybody, and I mean anybody, can open the token by going online, and don't put anything sensitive there. Don't, okay? Don't say, oh, I'm going to put the password in the token, I'm going to put his date of birth, I'm going to put his name. Don't do any of that. Please don't do it, okay? Don't do it. The minute you do that, you have shared it with everyone in the world, including Uncle Sam, okay? Some of you might know who Uncle Sam is. So don't do it. I can give you an example. Right now, we are using a very stupid secret key, but that's fine. This is the secret key we'll use until we're going live. Now, if we take a look at the skill, wait, hold up. This is the token that I created, okay? This is the token that I created. You see it? This is the, like, it is not encrypted. Again, it is not encrypted. Let's come here and let's show you what we mean. Websites online, and you can use any of them, okay? Any of them. You see? The minute I post it here, you can see the details, username, someone@someone.com. Okay? So your JWT is not encrypted. One more time for people on the back. Your JWT is not encrypted. Don't do it, okay? Don't do it. It's not like a password. When you use like Bcrypt and then you have like a hashing out, no, it's not hashed, okay? It is encoded, not encrypted. How is it secure? It is secure because even though it is encrypted, it is impossible for someone to forge. Like when you sign your JWT, you'll always know you're the one that generated that token, okay? You will always know that you're the one that generated that token. So when you sign a JWT, you can verify and say, yes, this is from me. The same way Apple knows when you bring an iPhone, they look at you with one eye, they're like, yeah, we know. So they know what iPhone is theirs. You will always know what JW2 is yours, so you know you gave it to them, okay? You know you gave it to them, but whatever is inside is visible to everyone. Okay, so let's continue. Now, one of the things that we were talking about before we went that route, okay? At this point, this right here is where we encode, you can see it, this is where we encode the username, okay? This is where we encode the username. So at this point, we can also come here and say their role or their designation. Like, are they a TBHS? Are they an individual? Are they a whatever? To do that, we need to get their role. How will we get their role? Okay, we can delete this warning because everyone should know. Okay, how do we get the role or how do we get a designation? Right now we are saying op.select just the password. Now we're going to select the designation as well, okay? So we're going to select two things from the database, okay? We're going to select the password and we're going to select the designation. So here we're going to say password string designation is equals to dict. Now let's do this, okay? I think result dot actually gives you the value. Okay, so we're also going to do something else, okay? I'm going to import the Python debugger, okay? Very powerful tool, import PDB. And then I'm going to set it to start on this line. So whenever you put the Python debugger, it's a very, very powerful tool, and then you say set trace, where you put the Python debugger, as your code is executing, the minute it gets there, it's going to stop and allow you go in and interact with your code. Like everything that's inside here, you're able to interact with it, okay? So I want to check because I can't remember. So let's go and let's send the request
Now, see what happened? PDB. Okay. Okay. So if I type result.password, okay? And then here, I'm just going to get rid of this and say data.password.encode, okay? And then here, I'm going to say data.designation. Okay, so what is happening here exactly? What is this weird stuff happening here? Okay, so personally, I am a lazy engineer in that I don't like stressing myself while I code. Okay, so because of the way Python is, if you take a look at this dict, if I wanted to get the data that is this minlet that is 6, and I can show you in the terminal, okay? I can show you here. So I say Python, I say AD is equals to, okay, and if I say AD, you see it there, okay? If I want to get this min length that is inside this data, I'll say AD.get properties, okay, .get password, .get min length, which is like it just, my brain is going to explode. Like if I had to do that 2 times, I'll quit. I'll stop being a programmer, okay? So because of that, I said, okay, how can I create a simple way for me to do it? So I created something. So import or from utils.data import lookup. Okay, so that is something that I created. I just wrote some small code. And then if I say easy, okay, because it's easy, is equals to lookup, and then I say AD, which is that dict up there, I can just say easy dot properties dot password dot min length, and I'm going to get it. So I don't need to say dot get dot get dot get dot get dot get. Like I don't want to do that. Okay. So I created something that makes it very easy for me to just use dot 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 dot, and if it's a 5,000 nested dictionary, it's just going to keep going and get it for me. Okay. So that's what is going on there. Okay, so I imported that lookup so I can use it for the dict result, and then I can just say data.password, okay, and I don't need to start doing like the whole .get, and I can do the same thing for the designation, okay. Now, there is something also that's going on here. If you take a look here, I commented out this cookie because originally I was sending a cookie when you log in, okay? Maybe I will use the user agent. If you come to this place from a browser, okay, like Chrome, I'll send you a cookie. If you come from JavaScript, I'll send you a header. We can do that, but not today, okay? Not today, but it's something that can be done. Okay, so if we come back then to this place and then we say send request, we get a new token, and we can replace this token, okay? But let's take this token that we just got and let's go look at it on the internet and see what this token is about. Oh, this token says that I am for designation of individuals. So it means that I won't be able to do anything with this, okay? I won't be able to access the ones where it says TBHS, okay? Because the designation is individuals, okay? Not even companies. That's so sad. Okay, so we have a user that has this, okay? At the same time, because we are the admins, we can come into the select all from registrations. We can come in here, okay, and you can see the password is encrypted, is hashed. You cannot, that is something that, there's nothing you can do with it, okay? So we can come in here and we can change this designation, okay? So we can come here and we can say, update registrations, set designation is equals to TBHS. And I'm doing this only because there is only one record in the table, so I really don't care. Otherwise, I would have to use a condition, okay? Then, if we say select all from now you see it's TBHS. So if we come back here and then we log in again, this should be the kind of token that we want. This token is going to be a super user token. Okay? Command A, Command V. Yay! Designation TBHS. If you can see it, let me go ahead and make it big. Designation TBHS. Okay? For those of you that have, okay? Designation TBHS. Okay? Okay. Now, we're going to go back. So we have the token that we want. So we can come and replace it here. So now we can try out. We can come here and try out. And if you're wondering what this file is, this is actually what happens when you go in your browser to visit somewhere. Your browser sends this kind of stupid, ugly file to the server, okay? This is actually what happens. And then the server responds with another stupid, ugly file called HTML. Okay, so we're writing the HTML, like the request by hand because it's cheaper, it's quicker, and I don't need to use a Postman or some external third-party tool. Okay, so we're going to come here and we're going to say post because we want to post. We're going to say we want to post to the skills, okay? And then we want to use the authorization of our new token. Oh, token is brand new, yeah. Okay, and then this is the body that we want to post. The name of the skill is Python and the description is Python programming language. Now, this should work because the token that we have put has a designation of TBHS that we changed by hand, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look. I don't think we have the skills route yet, so we have to come here and say app.call, and then we say routes dot skills dot up, okay? So we come to the routes folder, we create a file called skills.py, and then we're going to shamelessly copy campaigns, Command A, Command C, and then we're going to put it in skills. And then we're going to change everywhere we see campaigns to skills. And one of the things that we don't need someone to get one skill. Like the skill is not something so large that you have to get a single skill. Let's delete that, okay? We need anyone to be able to get all the skills, so that's good. We might need to delete skills, so that's good. We might need to patch skills, that's good. But we don't need to put skills because we hate put, okay? So we're good, okay? Remember, patch, you change just a few details of the record. Put, you have to replace everything. Put is useless, throw it away. Okay, so, well, it's not useless, it has its place, but whatever. We have the post, get, delete, and patch, okay? We have the post, get, delete, and patch. One more time for the people in the back. Post, get, delete, and patch, specifically just for skills. Now, we're going to go into the controllers class, into the controllers package, open skills, and then we're going to, let's copy campaigns. Let's Command A, Command C. No, let's copy all the way to the top, shamelessly. Let's close. Command B. Okay, so we have here okay, so what did we do? We copied our code shamelessly and we pasted it somewhere else because we're lazy. We don't want to type too much, okay? And we already went through that lesson together, so there's no point in us typing all of it, but we're still going to cover it. We'll repeat, 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 repeat until it sticks, until it becomes second nature, okay? So we have from async PG import data error. We import that specific exception because async PG is cuckoo. If you want to put a string where an integer is, it complains, so we want to handle it, okay? We also import the unique violation error because if you have something unique and you try to put something else, it's going to complain, so we import those two specifically. We import request, response, and context because these are the things that you need to build a handler in Heaven. Heaven is a stupid, simple web application framework, okay? And it's like the 5th fastest in the world from numerous benchmarks. It might look like I am promoting it. Yes, I am. I made the framework. I'm super proud of it. It's very powerful, very efficient. It's a wonderful framework, okay? And you can find it on GitHub. You can just like on PyPy, Google, just type Heaven, okay? Go to pypy.org and then type Heaven, and you'll see it right there. And then you can go to the documentation. There's the ugly mugshot, and yes, there you go. Okay? Okay, so let's leave that alone and let's come back. If you wanted to create an application in Heaven, again, just import from Heaven import app, create an instance of your app, and then say app.get, and then give it a string, which is a path to where your function is, and Heaven will go into all your folders and pick that function and call it whenever it matches. That's all. Very simple, very straightforward. So all you do is create functions and Heaven calls the functions for you. You don't need to start learning a lot of complicated stuff. Okay? Now, we come back here to the, not to the tokens, let's go out of here, to
to the skills. We come back to the skills, Okay, so we come back to the skills, and what are we going to do now? Let's drink some water, and then let's. So what we want to do now is we want to create a scale, okay? What we want to do now, we want to create a scale. So we imported these three things because the request is what comes from the browser, okay? When you type in your browser, it sends this ugly kind of file to the server. The server will take all that data and pass it to your web server, your application, in this case, Heaven, in an object called a request. Your IP address, the body, the headers, the cookie, all of that is in the request object. The first thing that goes into your function that Heaven will give you. The second one is the response. Heaven will give you that as well. You use that to send everything you want to send back to the browser, the cookies, you want to render a HTML template, you want to render a file, whatever, okay? Now the context is like your fanny pack, okay? From the minute a request comes to your server to the time it leaves, you can keep items in that context or in that fanny pack. And that's all. Like, these are the four things in Heaven. You have the app, request, response, context. There's nothing else. Stupid simple, stupid powerful. So let's leave Heaven for a bit and let's take a look at this function that is here. So the first thing we're doing here is we're saying we want to create an operation, okay? This operation is a way that we talk to the database. It's a library, okay? It's called operation, okay? It's called operation, okay? So up operation, and then you say up.insert the request.body, and you return the ID, and then you run, okay? It's a lot like SQL. So I can come here and I can say up.select username, okay, password, age, where username is equals to something, and operation would know how to take this and escape it and make it safe so you don't have to suffer from SQL injection attacks, okay? So, and if I told you to write this in SQL, you'll probably do something like this. Select, okay, username, password, age from scales where username is equals to, so you see, it's a lot like SQL, okay? So let's move on. Let's remove this from here. So we say insert, and we return the ID, okay? And then if there is a unique violation error, if there's a skill already with the same name, then say conflict. And otherwise, return the data that you get, which is going to be the ID, okay? So let's go ahead and try to do this. And remember, protected is going to try and stop you from doing this if you are not authorized to do it. So let's go and see moment of truth. Let's send the request. Internal server error. We like server errors. So dict has no attribute role. Yes. I know where that is coming from. It is coming from the code that AI generated, and I vetoed and I passed. AI, stupid AI, good AI. Okay, so here we say current user dot role. No, it's not going to work. Okay, we need to say designation, and it's also not going to work because what we're putting here is actually just a dict. So we can, okay, and then we say from okay, so now lookup doesn't care. It's going to take this and then it's going to, and it should pass. It should pass in theory. Don't quote me, it should pass.
Okay? So designation not in rows, we're going to go and then we're fine. Okay? And I'm going to explain what this does. Let me just explain it. So remember we said that Heaven doesn't care if your function is asynchronous or synchronous. And I'm going to explain asynchronous in a few minutes. But we say if it's a coroutine function, we want to await it. Okay? And if it's a normal function, just call it. That's what we're doing here. That's what this whole thing here is doing. Okay? So let's go back to our HTTP and let's send this. And we still have a server error. What's going on? Operation.insert argument after must be a mapping, not bytes. Okay, so now we have this in the actual controller. Okay, somewhere around here. Ah, I see. We're saying request.body instead of saying context.form.data and then making this. Okay. Yeah, let's see if it works. Yay, it works. Woo. So we actually were able to create the scale because we have the TBHS role and everything works as it should, okay? And then you see that it also did it quite fast too. So if we say here Java, I know AKP is gonna love this, okay? You see, it's even faster, 4 milliseconds. So we have the ability now to create scales, okay? And it's only the admins or the TBH staff, okay, that can go ahead and create these scales. But then there are a couple of care of, and before we do, let's take a look at this code right here, okay? What we're doing is we're saying context.form.data. This context.form.data comes from this JSON schema that we put here. So we use JSON schema to say, you must give me a name, okay? And if you don't give me a name, I'm going to complain and tell you, unprocessable entity, I can't process the garbage you gave me. And I can show you how that works because we can come here and we can give these names and send the request and it says unprocessable entity, I can't process the garbage you gave me, okay? I can't process the garbage you gave me. Okay, so we use the JSON schema to control. We use the JSON schema to control the data that we get from our customers because, like, you honestly can't trust customers. Like, there are so many of them that are just sitting trying SQL injection attacks, doing all manner of things, sending shady data, like without, like, you can't trust customers, okay? So you always want to make sure that you can, to some degree, control the data that is sent from customers, and then you still use sanitization and whatnot. So coming back here, this JSON schema is compiled in the expect, and then the data is put in the context. Remember, context is your fanny pack. It's like your bag. The data is put in the context, and then you can access that data everywhere else in your, like in every other function. Like you can access it in JSON 8, you can access it in operations, you will access it every other place, okay? When you put it in the context. Okay, so now we want to be able to delete scales. So let's go ahead and create another. Let's go ahead and create another HTTP, and let's call this one delete. And delete doesn't have a body, so we're going to delete this away. And then we're going to have to put an ID here, incoming. Okay, we're going to get the ID in a minute. First, we need to create a stupid scale. What's a stupid scale that someone can create? Zazu. Okay? Okay? So we're going to go ahead and create this scale. And then we send the request. We get Zazuze created. And we can also go ahead and get all the scales that exist Okay, so let's use a get. Let's remove. Wow, these are all the skills created. You and whatnot. Okay, so we're going to copy the ID and we're going to put it here. And then if we click delete, 400 bad requests, that's not working. Bad requests to delete in skills, we have delete one, dot get ID, we have here ID. And then we say ID and yes, the skills up. I think that's about it. Skills. Is there any campaigns anywhere? Replace one, update one. No, we don't need put. Put is bad. Bad put. Bye-bye put. Okay? We're good. So we should be able to delete now because we removed the campaign typo. Okay, so if we go ahead and send, no content, yay, it's gone. How do we know? Because we got no content. Okay, 204, there's nothing to give you. What you want, it's gone. And so if we say give us everything, there's no more there in all the items that we have. Okay, so we have been able to add the attribute, role-based access control. We were able to add authorization. We've been able to add authorization to the application. We were also able to add authentication to the application. We have used the JSON schema to control the data that we get. We're a session where we went over JavaScript and then CSS a few hours ago. It's days, but it's been hours as well. So, and we're going to go back to JavaScript and CSS when we start like really going in, and we're going to cover something called Alpine.js, and we might even take a look at HTMX, which is kind of like a cool library. It's quite cool. I like it. Maybe you might like it too. Who knows? Okay, so let's move on and let's see. Here we have this. Okay, so let's go ahead and here and try to answer questions. Are there any questions? Okay, so now, are there any questions? Nay. I'm not pushing to Git. I am using Git, but I'm not pushing up to Git. Got Git like a day ago. I can't remember at this point. Okay, so no questions. Let's dive in and take a look at the offerings, and I am thinking that maybe one of the things that we can do is we are going to ask a couple of questions and see if someone can answer. Heaven sends 3 items to your function, okay? Heaven will send 3 items to your function. When you create a Heaven app, okay, and you say, hey, Heaven, I want to build a web application, Heaven says, okay, sure. You want to tie your routes to a function, Heaven expects that function to have accept 3 parameters. What are those parameters? What are Heaven? Heaven expects your function to accept 3 parameters. What are those parameters? Everyone can answer, so don't rush, not all at once. What are the parameters that Heaven expects your function to have? What are the functions that Heaven expects your what are the parameters Heaven expects your function to have? That Heaven expects your application, the 3 items that Heaven expects your function to receive, okay? Those are the 3 items. Now, let's move on, and we can show you here as well in the control. Request, response, context. And remember, we said wherever you see this colon in Python, think of it as is. So we say request is request, response is response, context is context, okay? Op is operation. Even in a dictionary, okay? Even in a dictionary, you see age is 4, okay? Title is software engineer. It still works, okay? It doesn't matter where. When you see the colon, just think of it like is, and like you're good to go, okay? So let's remove this and let's move on. And that is the whole idea behind typing, okay? Optional type hints in Python. You can use the colon after, and you can say like this is the type, or this is the type of the variable that I am talking about. Okay, so if you have a question, raise your hands, and then I'll try and type it in the chat, and I'll try and answer. Barring that, let's keep moving, let's keep moving, let's keep moving. Remember the 5th of December. Okay, so we have a couple of things to do. We say we want to create offerings. Okay, we want to create offerings. If someone that is trusted has Visual Studio Code, we can even do a collaboration session where you take a look and then you type, and then I give you feedback, and then everyone in the chat also would say, oh yeah, this guy's a slow typer or a fast typer. If you're up for it, let me know, and then we can have that session together. Okay? Now, we are going to talk about the offerings. Okay? Now, the whole idea behind the big hands is that you have individuals who are big hands, you have companies who are big hearts, individuals donate skills, okay, and we just take a look at them, Java, Python, bricklaying, carpentry, like whatever, okay? And then companies donate offerings, okay? An offering can be like bags of cement, can be computers, can be consultation service. You're a lawyer, you want to give free representation to people of violent crimes. You're a doctor, that's your skill, of course. Or your law firm, you want to give, you want your law firm to give free representation. Like those are offerings, okay? So companies are the ones that are tied to offerings, and individuals are tied to skills. Now we already created companies, okay? Or did we? I hope we did. I think we did. Or was it? Yes, we did. Companies, okay? Yes, we did. 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 Okay, so yes, we did. Okay, so one of the we created companies already, and then we created individuals. We've created skills. Now it's time for us to create offerings. Now it's time for us to create offerings. Okay, so now it's time for us to create offerings. Now, we said offerings are tied to companies, so let's take a look at the SQL file or the SQL file and see what offerings are all about. An offering has a name, has a description, has a cost. A name, a description, has a cost. A name, a description, and a cost. I remember that the cost is not shown to the companies, it's just the name and the description. Okay, so let's do this. Yes, 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 yes. It has a relationship. You're spot on, AKP. Your years of programming experience are shouting through the roof. We had a conversation like this earlier. And you can, like, I hope everyone that was there can see what I was talking about. Like the minute AKP saw that, it was like, you're gonna need a relationship. And that is what exactly I was saying. Like, immediately, like, your brain should be like on automatically it should be calibrated such that you can see those things, okay? It is super important that your brain is calibrated that you can see these things, okay? So let's go and create the, because when we created the offerings, let's go ahead and drop it, okay? Let's it's most likely going to tell me cascade. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, and then let's come here and say okay, so let's come back here and let's replace. Okay, so we created our offerings table, and one of the things that we can do is to, okay, yes. So, remember when AKP said you'll need a relationship the minute he saw it? Now, that is because earlier, since programmers think alike, we all drink the same from the same water, from the same well, I had already gone ahead to create some relationships between skills and individuals and skills, and I think offerings and companies, okay? So when I was trying to delete or drop the offering table, Postgres was saying, hold up, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, are you okay? You told me that the companies table depends on the offerings table. Remember? You told me like a short while back. Are you okay? What are you doing? So I have to tell Postgres, I know what I am doing. I want you to drop this table. And when I say cascade, any other like it's gonna go and then cascade and drop everything that is like, it's just gonna go and flush everything together. Okay? Make sense? Thank you, AKP. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this, okay? We're going to have to do some changes as well, so let's drop Why did I do that? I have already dropped Cascade, but if you take a look at individual skills, okay, and I'll show you in a minute, individual skills is referencing individuals, is referencing skills name, okay? It's referencing skills name, and individuals skills now has an ID, where's skills, sorry, now has an ID primary key, so we cannot be using skills name anymore, okay? So what we want to do here is we want to reference skill, okay, int references skill ID, okay? That's what we want to do now. So we're going to run this and create that, okay? And then we want to do the same thing for the offerings companies, because now it's going to be referencing the company int offering text references offerings name. We want to change that to offerings ID and change this here to int, and go ahead and run this and then plug that out and come back here and plug it in, okay? Okay, so what we're doing now is we want to create the offerings, okay? We want to create the offerings, and remember offerings now has a ID, int, name, description, cost. So what are we going to do, okay? We are going to come here and we're going to say app.call routes.offerings.up, okay? But there is no offerings, so we're going to come here and then we're going to clone skills, okay? Duplicate, and we'll call it offerings. And then inside here, we'll just command D or CTRL, D, and then we'll change this to offerings, okay? Now, there's also going to be a problem here because in the controllers class, I'm not sure we have offerings. No, we don't. So we're going to duplicate this as well. Or let's do this from scratch. Let's do this from scratch. Let's do this one from scratch. Okay? Oh, operands already exist. There you are. Okay, so let's do this from scratch. Now, the first thing we want to do is we want to say from HTTP import HTTP status, because we don't want to be remembering if 401 is unauthorized or 307 is moved permanently, or is it 304 or whatever, okay, or 301. Like, we don't want to know all of that, okay? If I say HTTP status dot permanent redirect, it will give me the right number, okay? It will give me the right status, so I don't need to remember. So that's why I import that, okay? Then the next thing that I want to do, I want to import from heaven. So I say from heaven, import, request, response, and context, okay? And then I say async def. I can also just say def, which is my function, okay? That's how you create a function in Python. So but I want to use an async function, so I say async, because I want to use an asynchronous connection to the database. So I say async def create one, okay? And I'm not going to use tab. Async def create one, and the first parameter, I could have called this request, okay, and then done this, okay? No one stops me from doing that. I can even just call this 1, 2, 3, and heaven will still pass in request, response, and context, okay? It doesn't matter, okay? But I gave it a name that is easy for me to remember. Request is request, response is a response, and context is context. And the reason why I do this is because now when I say request, I can see all the items: form, bodies, cookies, mounted, queries, query string, scheme, server, subdomain, URL. I can see all of them. So using type hints allows your code editor to see all the type hints, like to see everything without having to remember it mentally. So if you're using Python, I recommend you use type hints. It will make your life a whole lot easier, okay? So same thing for response, by the way. Response.abort, deferred, header, headers, out, redirect. If I wanted to redirect, I would just say response.redirect, and I give it the address I want it to go, and voila, Bob's your uncle, okay? It's going to redirect automatically. Now, here, I'm going to put pass because I want to do a couple of things first. First things first, this method, okay, it should not, and I repeat, it should not, we have create one, get all, delete one, update one, okay? So async def get all will do the same thing. Request is request, response is response, context is context, or my fanny pack. And then I do the same thing again. Async def delete one, okay? Request is request, response is response, and context is context, okay? And I pass again, and I do it the last time. Async def update one, request is request, response is response, and then context is context, okay? Now, okay, so now I have all the function handlers that I need, and here in my routes, you see I say if someone comes to x/offerings, call this, okay? If they go to here with a get, call this. If they go here with a delete, call this. If they go here with a patch, call this. And here I specify what I want to use as ID. If I change this to biscuit in my function handler, I will